Chapter 600. The gate of the world appeared on Wang Chang's forehead, and a golden chariot flew out. The dragon, phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise roared in unison and shot into the sky. Wang Teng, who was known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, stood at the center of the golden chariot. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the world, surrounded by the four godlike spirits. Yi Fan stood 100 zhang away, indescribably shocked. This person's aura was so great that it left one tongue-tied. He had never seen or heard of such a person before. This vigorous aura was like a surging galaxy, drowning the world. It was terrifying, and its brilliance blocked out the sun, making it difficult to look at. How could he come out from Wang Chang's forehead? Yi Fan didn't believe it and opened his divine eyes to observe. Behind him, the 10-odd saint sages had already changed their expressions. They had seen this god before, but they still felt fear in their hearts. The four spirits were like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, dazzling with divine splendor and surging with blood energy. They all felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, unable to resist. It's not his real body, but a part of his divine sense. Yi Fan used his primordial divine perception to observe and shivered. This was not a person with a body of flesh and blood, but a divine sense as powerful as the sea. Just how powerful is he to create such a divine sense and have it reside in his younger brother's forehead? This was the first time Yi Fan was so shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying young opponent. This was completely beyond his imagination, just like the Purple Emperor. A divine sense transformed into a celestial emperor, surrounded by the four spirits and carried by the golden chariot. This was the form of his divine sense. How many people could transform like this? No wonder there is lightning. This divine sense has gone through more than 10 heavenly tribulations. Even the most conservative estimate is that it has long surpassed the dragon transformation's secret realm. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Could this person be on par with the Divine Lord? He couldn't help but gasp when he thought of this question. He was invincible among the younger generation of the Northern Plains at the age of 15. After 10 years, how terrifying had he grown? No one could say for sure. From the fact that he was said to be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, one could tell that this person's achievements were absolutely shocking. He could be compared to the great emperors of the same age in the history of the human race. Wang Chong was very shocked. He did not think that his elder brother would leave a mark on his forehead. He shouted, "Big brother, help me kill him." Boom! Yi Fan was incomparably solemn. The golden lake between his eyebrows turned into a small golden person that sat cross-legged in the void. It opened its mouth and spat out the essence of heaven and earth, dazzling and dazzling. At the same time, several great phenomena appeared around him. Magnificent rivers and mountains rose and fell. An immortal king sat high up in the 9 heavens, accompanied by a green lotus. These weren't complete. They were originally a type of irregular phenomenon, but they hadn't completely evolved yet. They were divided into several types of the most powerful ancient irregular phenomena. The golden divine sea surged under his feet, and the waves struck the 9 heavens. A yin-yang diagram rotated behind him, and the life and death chi circulated. In front of him, Wang Teng was bursting with majesty and heroism. He was one with the world, and with every breath, divine light flooded the world. He was shrouded in boundless brilliance like a great emperor from ancient times. He did not make a move. His eyes were deep, and there were stars flickering in and out. His expression was indifferent, without any expression. Everything in the outside world seemed insignificant and could not affect his fundamental heart. Wang Chong was shocked after seeing Yi Fan's various phenomena. He said, "Big brother, are these the phenomena that you said would be difficult to form even if you cultivated for a lifetime?" The tall man on the golden chariot still did not speak. He was calm and indifferent, but the stars in his eyes were flickering even faster. Yi Fan was shocked. His golden blood energy rushed into the sky, causing the essence energy in his body to boil. He isolated everything from the outside world because he felt an indescribable aura. Heavenly eye, eye of the heart. He immediately thought of this possibility. The man in front of him most likely had the heavenly eye and was looking at the secrets of his body. Yi Fan was alarmed. If this was really the case, then this man was too frightening. To have the heavenly eye in his 20s, just how frightening was this? Although Wang Chong was arrogant to outsiders, he was as obedient as a kitten in front of his big brother. Seeing that the other party was silent, he did not dare to speak. Rumble, suddenly, the golden chariot moved, crushing through the sky and charging toward Yi Fan. Wang Ting formed a dragon seal and, like a celestial emperor subduing demons, suppressed the chariot. Boom! A vigorous aura and terrifying ripples descended like a falling star. This was completely different from Wang Chang's as he shot out 81 true dragons. Dragon cries shook the surroundings, shaking the mountains, rivers, and great earth. It resounded through the world, deafening. 81 heavenly dragons, every single one of them like an eternal deity, powerful and terrifying. Bang! Yi Fan struck out with the human king's seal, overturning the world. The sovereign of the human race had descended, looking down on the world and shaking the 81 dragons. Wind and thunder roared incessantly. The sky exploded as the mountainous dragons and the sovereign of the human race fought fiercely. All kinds of light shattered the void as the two sides fought endlessly. In the end, the golden chariot stopped and could no longer move forward. The demon-like figure on the chariot remained motionless, his body glowing with golden light. Wang Ting's expression was still calm and did not say a word. The true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise surrounded the central celestial emperor. Clang! The 9 divine weapons hovered around Yi Fan's body, each of them warm and sparkling. He held a 3-inch-long scarlet jade spear in his hand and pressed forward. At the same time, all kinds of phenomena appeared around him. No matter how powerful his opponent was, it was just a divine sense. He wanted to kill it in one fell swoop. My big brother has survived 10-some heavenly tribulations. This divine sense has fused with lightning and is inextinguishable. Although his real body hasn't arrived yet, it's enough to kill all the cultivators in the dragon transformation secret realm. Wang Chong shouted as he stared at Yi Fan, ready to kill him after he was defeated. In the distance, the 10-some saint sages all paled. It was truly a tragedy to be born in the same generation as such a person. No matter how dazzling one was, one would only be a leaf. Clang! Suddenly, Wang Ting slowly pulled out the golden holy sword on his back. Every inch of the sword emitted dazzling rays of holy light. At the same time, a vast sea of energy surged in all directions. The saint sages in the distance paled and couldn't help but retreat as they sensed an incomparably powerful fighting spirit. This was a terrifying will that seemed to say that it was the only sovereign. It was as if it wanted to control the entire world. Wang Chong excitedly shouted, "The divine artifact that survived the heavenly tribulations with my big brother, the celestial the arch sword." An extremely cold aura spread. With every inch the golden celestial the arch sword rose, more than 10,000 rays of divine might would rush out, shattering the mountains in the distance. This was not a manifestation of a divine sense, but a golden holy sword. With a final clang, it appeared in Wang Ting's hand. He stood on the chariot and slashed forward. Boom! With the 9 divine weapons in hand, Yi Fan charged forward to meet the celestial the arch sword wielding Wang Ting. All kinds of light flashed. The earth was being cut open, the mountains were collapsing, and the sky was collapsing. This place had become a land of destruction. Nothing could be seen except light and the broken void. It had almost become a land of chaos. Clang clang. The 9 divine weapons flashed and pressed down. At the same time, the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens and other phenomena also swooped down. Whoosh! At this moment, Wang Ting grabbed Wang Chong and drove the golden chariot into the sky. After all, it was just a strand of divine sense, and it could not fight for long. Big brother, although it's just a strand of divine sense, it grew up in the heavenly tribulations. It could kill all the experts in the dragon transformation secret realm. Could the power of the divine body surpass the 9th transformation of the dragon transformation? Wang Chong was very unwilling. Where do you think you're going? With the 9 divine weapons in hand, Yi Fan brought out the phenomena of the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens, the golden divine sea, and the primal chaos green lotus. He wanted to kill this enemy in one fell swoop. Behind him, everyone was stunned. Someone actually dared to chase after Wang Teng. This was a top expert who could make even the older generation tremble in fear, but he had retreated. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, it was just a powerful strand of divine sense. If he had come, no one would know how powerful he was. Yi Fan's speed was so fast that he almost caught up to the golden chariot. But at this moment, a black hole appeared in the void, and the chariot rushed in and disappeared. He stood on the spot in a daze. This was an unimaginable enemy, and he already had the power to surpass the older generation. In the future, his achievements would be limitless. Even the most conservative estimate is that he will surpass the dragon transformation. Yi Fan thought for a while, and with the 9 divine weapons in hand, he went back. There were still more than 10 Saint senior-level experts there, and they were all here to kill him. Where are you going? This time, his attack was very fierce. A few jade artifacts, small and beautiful, such as the violet jade sword, jasper saber, white jade shield, scarlet jade spear, and black halberd, all flew out. Yi Fan was like a god of death. With the jasper saber in hand, he slashed at 12 treasures. With one slash, he cut off the head of an outstanding talent, and blood spurted into the air. Originally, these people were not in the mood to fight. Seeing a person's head fly more than 10 meters high, they became even more apprehensive. They scattered in all directions, and no one was willing to risk their lives. In fact, this was a very strong battle force, but unfortunately, they had no intention to fight and all wanted to escape. Therefore, Yi Fan entered an uninhabited land, and with the violet jade sword, he cut another person in half. Pfft! Yi Fan attacked again. The scarlet jade spear flew up, drawing out a beautiful bloody light. It pierced through a person's head, nailing him to the rock wall, and he died a violent death. There were cries of alarm, and these people scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan chased after them, and only stopped after killing another 4 people. At this time, the powerful figures of the Yin-Yang school had also arrived, and the area within a 1,000-mile radius was locked down. They were not in a hurry, and seeing that Yi Fan had escaped again, they were not worried. This was because the formation patterns were shrinking, and the area would gradually shrink. At that time, Yi Fan would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. The sky was dusky, and the energies of Yin and Yang flowed. Yi Fan frowned, and finally decided to take the risk. He used the Rho formula to rush forward. There was a deafening sound as all kinds of light blades slashed at him. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared. He had finally activated the vast formation patterns, but the Rho formula was still effective. Yi Fan was attacked, but he forced his way through. Using the 9 divine weapons to open a path, he struggled for dozens of miles before finally breaking free of the formation patterns. A large black hand slapped over, filling up the void. It was pitch black like ink, natural laws interweaving, striking towards Yi Fan. The powerful beings were startled, immediately hurrying over. Clang! Yi Fan used brute force to break through the formation patterns, and finally broke through the last light screen. He shot out like lightning and rushed out of the sealed area. What? Yi Fan killed 7 or 8 saints in a row, and even Wang Ting's brother was almost killed? This Yi Zhaotian is indeed fearless. He dared to fight the so-called reincarnation of the ancient emperor. This matter will not end well. So this is the monster from the Eastern Baron. Although he didn't appear in the Qishir residence, he still came to the Central Plains. Many young talents in the Qishir residence were shocked after hearing the news. Chapter 601. Wang Teng was called the North Emperor by the young heroes of the 5 regions. Almost no one dared to oppose him. Everyone avoided him. But now, the monster from the Eastern Wasteland had come and almost killed his brother. This surprised many people. In the current generation, perhaps only the person who could kill a king-type body with one slap could compete with Wang Teng. This was what many people thought. They called him the Central Emperor. The North Emperor used to travel between the northern plains and the eastern wasteland under the name of Wolf God. At the age of 15, he was already unrivaled. After 10 years of accumulation, no one knew what level he had reached. Moreover, everyone knew that he had the fate of the world and even obtained the 9 secrets. God only knew what other ancient techniques he had. After entering the Cheshire residence, no one dared to oppose him. He also remained in seclusion and rarely appeared. Even when he came out, he would only go to the seclusion area behind the residence. As for the Central Emperor, some people said that he wasn't from this world. No one knew the specifics. Strictly speaking, there was only one Wang Teng in the current generation. Big brother, you have to take revenge for me. Wang Chong shook his brother's arm. Only at this moment did he act like a child. He stole my carriage and injured me. He was also disrespectful to you. You have to kill him. Wang Chong hung on the arm, not willing to let go. This was an ancient cave in the Cheshire residence. Normally, no one dared to enter. This was where Wang Teng was in seclusion and was considered a forbidden area by the other saint children. There were dozens of spirit medicines in the cave, all over 10,000 years old. In the center, there was a king medicine. Its body was translucent and dazzling. If someone came in, they would be shocked. This king medicine was one of the 6 that had appeared in the immortal graveyard and was planted here. Everything in the cave abode was simple and unadorned. There was a jade bed beside the medicine king, and Wang Teng was sitting on it motionlessly. He was handsome and tall. His black hair was loose, his face was sharp, and his eyebrows reached his temples. There were countless stars in his eyes, making him look unfathomable. He was like the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Big brother, why aren't you saying anything? Help me take revenge. Wang Chong started to act cute. If you continue like this, you'll die outside sooner or later. Even if I'm your elder brother, I won't be able to protect you, said Wang Ting calmly. Big brother, how can you say that? Mother said that when we're outside, you have to take good care of me. Wang Chong hugged his arm and wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. You should restrain yourself a little. Wang Ting stretched out a finger and tapped the center of the young man's brows. I'll suppress you for a year. You're not allowed to come out until you've calmed down. He pointed out with his finger, and the inside of the ancient cave became sparkling and translucent. The true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise followed behind and continuously cried out in harmony. It was divine and auspicious, as if a deity had come into being. Ah, don't. Wang Chong shouted. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't move at all. He was incomparably dispirited as he said, Big brother, that is a saint physique we are talking about. It is worth it for you to personally kill him. The so-called constitution is nothing. In my eyes, it's just the difference between a living person and a dead person. Without mastering it, there's no difference between you and the common people. Wang Ting's expression was calm. You are the number 1 person in the world, but I, your little brother, am not. If I don't kill him, he will become a demon in my heart, and I won't be able to meditate, Wang Chong shouted. Go into seclusion and reflect on yourself for a year. Wang Ting stretched out his hand and pointed. Wang Chong, who was at the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation, couldn't resist at all. He screamed and was sent flying into a stone room. The stone door closed, and he was sealed inside. Wu Guli, Jin Wu Duo, come in. We pay our respects to Master. Outside the cave, 2 tall and big creatures walked in. One of them was 3 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in silver scales. He had 4 arms and was filled with power. His silver hair draped over his shoulders, and there was a vertical eye in the center of his brows. The other one was 2 meters tall, and his entire body was shining with golden light. He had a pair of golden divine wings, and every inch of his body was covered in golden scales. Among his golden hair, there was a pair of antlers. Go and retrieve the head of that young man named Yifan, Wang Ting said calmly. It's that saint physique? It's been spread all over the place. When he grows up, he can even suppress the primordial kings. One of the creatures was shocked. There's no need to care about other people's physiques. The strong should be confident, and I'm the only one. If he can't prove his Tao, so what if he's the reincarnation of an immortal? It's just the difference between the dead and the living. Master's teachings are correct. Wang Ting said, he cultivates some ancient techniques and some forbidden secret arts. He can fight against supreme elders of holy lands. The two of you go together to ensure that nothing goes wrong. With this kind of strength, one of us is enough to kill a few of them. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. I don't want any accidents to happen. Go and retrieve the head, Wang Ting said coldly. Yes. The two creatures didn't dare to say anything else. They left the cave and discussed softly. Master's heavenly technique is almost complete. At that time, even the Middle Emperor won't be his opponent. The Middle Emperor isn't a person of this world. From a certain perspective, Master is already the number one in the world. In the Qishir Manor, there were many beautiful mountain peaks. Every disciple had their own spiritual land, and they wouldn't disturb each other. That's an archaic creature. Someone noticed the two creatures and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. I've long heard that Wang Ting's strength is unfathomable. He once entered the eastern wasteland and took archaic creatures as his servants. It's actually true. Many people heard the news and watched from the beautiful mountain peaks. They were all moved and didn't dare to approach. One gold and one silver rainbow tore through the air and disappeared into the horizon. Only after a long time did everyone come back to their senses. They felt even more reverence towards Wang Ting's cave. The Tao can be said, but it's not the Tao, the name can be named, but it's not the name. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth, famous, the mother of all living things. Recently, someone carved a passage in front of the Qishir Manor's mountain gate. It truly caused a commotion. Many people stood in front of the stone wall and pondered. Even the powerhouses of the manor had come to take a look. These words weren't specific cultivation methods and were only describing the main body of the Tao. Even though there weren't any secret techniques, it still made people think deeply. This matter caused a huge commotion and spread to the outside world. Many people were amazed and came because of its reputation. They felt that there was an extraordinary person in the Qishir Manor after all. What he said was worth thinking about. When Yifan heard about this, he immediately rushed over. He activated his divine eye and quickly discovered Pang Bo in the crowd. He was incredibly excited. He secretly transmitted his voice, and then the two of them left one after the other. They went to a place where there was no one else and reunited on a mountain peak. Ever since they separated in the eastern wasteland, it had already been more than 2 years since they last met. In this kind of boundless world, one could easily fly for more than 10 to 20 years. Being able to reunite was not easy at all. That damned Black Emperor sent me to a place where even birds don't shit. I fell into a dormant volcano. Pang Bo narrated his experience and continuously cursed the large black dog. He was full of resentment. Falling into the mouth of the volcano was one thing, but it was a dangerous land with endless formation patterns. Pang Bo had almost been refined there. Could it be an ancient cavern with treasures? There's nothing at all. He refined my flesh and blood to 40 kilograms. Don't let me see that dog again. Otherwise, I'll eat it. Pang Bo had been trapped there for almost 2 years. The only thing he had learned was that he had to cultivate day and night to resist the formation patterns. Otherwise, he would definitely be turned into dust. In 2.5 years, I've cultivated to the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation. This is a great harvest, Yifan said with a smile. That damned dog. I flew for half a year before I came to a prosperous place from the uninhabited region. The two of them narrated their experiences. Pang Bo naturally knew about Yifan's recent experiences. He gave the god-striking whip to Yifan and said, "This treasure is very strange. It can isolate one's aura. With it, you don't need to be afraid of the godly diviner's divination. It has such a wondrous effect? Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately put the god-striking whip on his back. He thought for a moment, then took out all the treasures he had. He first gave Pang Bo the wooden plank from the path understanding ancient tree, as well as a few stone nails. Cultivating on it will yield twice the result with half the effort. This is the divine coffin that the undying heavenly emperor built to preserve his immortality. This is the primordial saint? Pang Bo was surprised. After seeing Yi Fan's pile of treasures, he was especially shocked by the divine source block with an old man sealed in it. What exactly is in the Qishir residence? There might really be a path that leads to the outer realm. I've been investigating it recently. Maybe we can go home from there. Yi Fan gave the 9 divine weapons to Pang Bo and said, "You don't have any suitable weapons. Keep these to protect your life. But don't let the wicked Daoist know about it. I don't need these. You're in a bad situation now. These 9 weapons are of great use to you." Pang Bo didn't accept it. "This is what I've prepared for you. The 9 divine weapons are the most suitable for your 9 slashes of the demonic sovereign. Don't worry, I still have suitable weapons that I can use." Yi Fan was indeed worried about Pang Bo's safety. Previously, when Lu Yi had been captured, if he hadn't meticulously planned and killed everyone during the tribulation at the critical moment, she would have died without a doubt. He vaguely felt that it was most likely an old friend who had taken action. Although many people had died that day, the real culprit had not been found. Yi Fan told all this to Pang Bo. The two of them pondered for a long time and felt that it was necessary to be on guard. That old friend could be quite dangerous. Although he had given away the 9 divine weapons, Yi Fan's cauldron had already interwoven laws. It could be very useful. Moreover, he had a gourd that he had taken from the Purple Mansion Saint. Just the stopper of the gourd could shoot out chaotic light. It was very likely to be a king weapon. The two of them talked for a long time. Now that Yi Fan had used the god-striking whip to isolate his aura, he didn't need to worry about being found. He learned a lot about the Qishir residence from Pang Bo. There might be a path that led to the outer realm. This was what made him the most excited. In addition, he understood the situation of some experts in detail. Some people thought that apart from Wang Teng and the Central Emperor, there should be a southern demon and a mysterious expert from Mount Meru. It was a pity that those two were rarely seen, so not many people agreed. "Yi, let's work hard on cultivating first. We have only cultivated for a few years. There is a big gap between us and some people. We have to be convinced. Do you know who that Central Emperor is?" "Who is he?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "He is not a person of this world. His name is Xiang Yufei. Sounds familiar." Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes widened. He suddenly remembered. When he had robbed Duanda, he had obtained a longevity lock from him. It was the leftover material of the Buddha's demon-subduing pestle. Later, it was forged into a life-protecting lock by several arhats. The last owner was Xiang Yufei. 9,000 years ago, an unparalleled genius appeared in the middle ground. His name was Xiang Yufei. He had become an emperor when he was only 19 years old. He was invincible and had the bearing of an ancient emperor. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. He died at the age of 20, and the longevity lock could not prolong his life. According to legend, at the last moment, Xiang Yufei buried himself in an ice coffin and slept on a snowy peak. He wanted to avoid death and resurrect in the future. 9,000 years had passed, and Duanda had stolen the longevity lock from his body. How could he resurrect? Are you sure that the Central Emperor is Xiang Yufei? To be exact, it is the 20-year-old Xiang Yufei. More than 9,000 years have passed, but time has not left a trace on his body. How is this possible? Yi Fan was shocked. Not long ago, he was lamenting that the heavens were jealous of geniuses and felt pity for that person. But now, he was reborn in this world. The Central Emperor is Xiang Yufei from 9,000 years ago. There is no mistake. Pang Bo was very sure and revealed some secrets. Everything was done by the Qishir mansion. Although the Qishir mansion had been closed for 10,000 years, they did not pay attention to anything during this process. They did a lot of things. Why did they do this? Yi Fan was puzzled. Because at that time, the monster emperor had just died for 1,000 years. Even if Xiang Yufei had the bearing of a great emperor, he could not prove his Tao and become an emperor in that special period. He needed to avoid it. Chapter 602. Why did they have to avoid that special period? Was there still such a terrifying effect after the death of the demon emperor for thousands of years? The fact that descendants couldn't prove their Tao and become emperors was too shocking. There can't be two emperors in the same era. This has been the case since ancient times, and it's a common understanding without exception, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan already knew about this rumor, but he still couldn't understand why. The large black dog didn't explain it in detail back then. Ancient emperors represented the highest achievement of the human race. They had the ultimate power of the world, and were the embodiment of the great Tao of heaven and earth. After the death of a great sovereign, he would still be able to influence this world for a long period of time. Some people estimated that the great Tao would only be completely peaceful after the great human sovereign passed away in meditation for 10,000 years. Azure Emperor was a legend. After the desolate antiquity age, even saints couldn't appear, but he proved his Tao and became one of the strongest cultivators in history. No one could say what era he was from, and it was hard to estimate how long he had lived. People only knew that he died in the eastern wasteland 10,000 years ago. Xiang Yufei had to avoid that special period. Otherwise, even if he had the talent of an emperor, he couldn't prove his Tao. Moreover, his body was indeed showing signs of premature death. Xiang Yufei became a top figure in the middle state at 19 years old. He could compete with the emperors and the Eastern Wasteland Saint Master. There weren't many heroes like him since ancient times. Unfortunately, he died at 20 years old, which made people sigh. He reappeared in the world after 9,000 years, becoming an unsolvable mystery. He slept like an ancient creature, dreaming for 9,000 years. He bid farewell to his previous life and woke up today. It was a happy thing that such a brilliant figure could be revived. It added another legend to this era, and also added pressure to many powerful cultivators. He died early, and sealed his body with divine origin liquid to maintain his dying state. He used up several king medicines before he was finally revived and appeared in the world. This was a secret of the unique warrior manner. Pang Bo also learned about it accidentally, and not many people knew about it. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The Qishir Manor's foundation was indeed powerful. Even in this era, they still had God origin liquid to use. This was simply a fantasy. Moreover, 9,000 years later, in order to revive Xiang Yufei, he actually took out a few stalks of king medicines. One had to know that those were ancient medicines that were 80 to 90,000 years old. A dozen of them added together was equivalent to an immortal divine medicine. Yi Fan sighed softly. It seemed like this person was being treated like a great emperor. In the future, he would most likely be able to prove his Tao. Otherwise, he would have wasted too much energy. This person definitely has unparalleled talent. 9,000 years ago, a supreme figure in the western desert who was on the verge of becoming a bodhisattva gave him the Buddhist treasure, the longevity lock, to prolong his life. For a living fossil figure, it was a priceless divine object that could extend one's lifespan. It was forged from purple gold that was repeatedly refined by Buddha and injected with endless merits. 9,000 years ago, even Buddhism was optimistic about him. Now that he has been resurrected by Qishir Manor, many people believe that he will become the main character of this world, Pang Bo said. It seems like this world is starting to change, as the Black Emperor said. Other than the elimination of the influence of the Demon Emperor, it is also evolving towards the world before the primordial era. Yi Fan pondered. That's right. That is indeed the case. Otherwise, as someone who might become a great emperor, Xiang Yufei wouldn't have been resurrected at this time. Speaking of which, that Wang Teng is really quite terrifying. He can compete with the Middle Emperor. This is a person from the present world. Both of them sighed. With 9,000 years between them, heroes from different time and space would definitely collide with brilliant sparks. However, they didn't know who else could join them. They deeply felt that they had come to this world for too short a time. Compared to such a peerless monster, their realm was still too far away. They needed to work hard and cultivate. That Wang Tang has subdued 2 powerful ancient creatures. He has already sent them out. I think it's most likely to deal with you, Pang Bo reminded. No matter. Now that I have the divine striking whip, they can't find any traces of me. I can think of a way to deal with them. Yi Fan took out 3 bottles of dragon marrow. Each bottle had a dozen drops of golden liquid that were as big as grapes. They didn't mix with each other. Each drop was clear and fragrant. Take 2 bottles. After you enter the dragon transformation stage, you can get twice the result with half the effort with the help of the dragon marrow. It contains fragments of the great Tao and can nourish a human dragon. I have the demon monarch ancient scripture and the dragon transformation divine art. I don't need these, Pang Bo rejected. There's no need for the 2 of us to be so polite. Just take it. It's definitely useful. Yi Fan stuffed 2 of the bottles into his arms. The color is golden, and each drop is so big. It must be a high-grade dragon marrow. 1 bottle is enough. I don't need so many. Pang Bo wanted to leave them for Yi Fan to use for his own cultivation. Don't worry. Although it's said that dragon marrow is rare in hundreds or thousands of years, it can definitely be bought. There are many dragon veins in the Middle Prefecture, and they are all ancestral roots. All the major sects have built cities as pure lands to nurture dragon chi. I don't believe that dragon marrow can't be found. I heard that dragon marrow can be found, but it can easily cost more than 1,000,000 kilograms of source. It can only be sold at super auctions, and it can only be traded with divine source, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan instantly smiled and said, then you don't have to worry too much. I won 5,000,000 kilograms of source from an ancient Genesis family at the Saturn Peach Feast and exchanged it for divine source. I should be able to buy some dragon marrow for us to cultivate in the dragon transformation secret realm. The Middle Prefecture is really a divine land. There is actually something as heaven-defying as the dragon marrow. It contains fragments of the great Tao, and not only can it extend one's lifespan, it can also help one comprehend the Tao. Legend has it that the top-grade illusion divine marrow is comparable to an immortal divine medicine. It is said that it can transform into a living creature and cannot be caught. Yi Fan smiled and said, my Genesis technique will most likely be useful again. After I understand the various secrets of the dragon marrow, I will personally search for the ancestral roots and obtain the dragon marrow. Don't go looking for the dragon marrow. It is said that this thing is very evil. Once you enter the ancestral roots, all kinds of strange things will happen. Even Saint Lord level characters will die mysteriously. Pang Bo firmly opposed. Yi Fan was surprised. He felt that it was necessary to understand more. This kind of divine creature that was nourished by the heaven and earth most likely had something accompanying it, or something that was born from it. You stay in the unique scholar residence. You must find the ancient road that leads to the outer regions. Pang Bo nodded and said, I know. I will enter the unique scholar residence for the ancient road. Of course, the insights of the predecessors on the beautiful mountains are also very important. In the end, the 2 separated and agreed on the place and time for their next meeting. West Dam City had existed for a very long time. Even after the War of Beacon Fire, the reincarnation of dynasties, the vicissitudes of time, and the vicissitudes of time, it had always stood tall and had never changed its location. Of course, it had been repaired countless times along the way. After all, it was too old and was one of the 10 ancient cities recorded in the ancient books of the Middle Prefecture. It wasn't that far from the unique scholar residence. If the heroes of the 5 regions needed something, their first choice after leaving the unique scholar residence was West Dam City. As one of the 10 ancient cities of the Central Prefecture, its layout was not ordinary at all. The gentle draconic chi nourished the entire city, and many wandering cultivators lived here in seclusion. There was no city lord here, and it didn't belong to any great power. It was relatively free, and a large number of cultivators came and went. As a result, it was incomparably prosperous. Every time a large-scale auction was held, many Holy Lord-level characters would come out of admiration. They came from all walks of life, and there were all kinds of people. Yifan came to West Dam City with the deity striking whip on his back. He wanted to cultivate here and strengthen himself. The city was majestic and majestic. The walls seemed to be cast from black iron, and it was like a great black steel wall. The layout of the city was grand and prosperous. There were hundreds of sects and all kinds of people. There was an endless stream of carriages and horses. Yifan stayed here and cultivated while paying attention to the Holy Lord level auction. He wanted to obtain the rare dragon marrow. One could often see the disciples of the odd warrior manor here. As long as the manor was not sealed, they could go anywhere they wanted. People often came here to trade magic treasures and pills. Within West Dam City, there were naturally many people discussing the younger generation of the 5 regions and who was the number 1 in the world. Apart from the Central Emperor and Wang Teng, people also talked about the Southern Monster and the mysterious expert from Mount Meru. However, they chose to ignore the Eastern Wasteland. This was because this great region was too complicated and mysterious. It was difficult to tell which was strong and which was weak. In the Eastern Wasteland, all the heroes rose up together. No one could point out who was the number 1 expert of the region. The Alcade Saint Child was too low-key and had never fought to the death. Only the little Peng King had experienced it, but he had kept his mouth shut. Now, he couldn't even ask the little Peng King to describe the process of that battle. He had been suppressed by the old Peng King. As long as he didn't pass the test set by the ancient celestial Peng Saint, he couldn't come out. In addition, some people speculated that the Jade Lake Saintess was very powerful. Others said that the Ji family's divine king physique was invincible and had never been defeated. They said that she was the number 1 expert of the Eastern Wasteland. Some people even said that these people were nothing. Once the Purple Mansion Saintess became the Saint Lord, she would be invincible because she had a natural Tao embryo and was invincible. Others said that the true number 1 was Yen Ryu. Once she used her extreme divine weapon, even Wang Teng and the Central Emperor would have to admit defeat. Of course, Hua Yunfei was mentioned again. He had disappeared for almost 3 years, but no one had forgotten that he cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art. Once he went all out, no one could stop him. He would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Some people predicted that within 10 years, he would definitely cause chaos in the Eastern Wasteland, and within 100 years, he would run amok in the 5 regions. Naturally, many people mentioned Yifan. They believed that if he didn't die and grew step by step, his achievements would be limitless. After all, he was the only saint physique that had broken the curse since the ancient times. What made people speechless was that Duanda, a grave robber in his 30s, was also mentioned. They said that the wicked Taoist was an oddity that couldn't be seen through. Other than that, Xia Jiuyo was also mentioned. She had broken through 4 levels and entered the dragon transformation's secret realm at the age of 13. She could be considered a rare genius since ancient times. She wasn't like Wang Chong, who had fallen into a dragon cave and obtained a unique opportunity to drink dragon blood and divine marrow. She had cultivated step by step and reached her current level by herself. In the end, people found that there were too many people in the Eastern Wasteland to talk about. It was impossible to determine who the number 1 expert was. Most of these people had never displayed their true strength and were very low-key. Even after entering the Qishir residence, it was the same. No one had heard of anyone from the Eastern Wasteland being called a monster, and no one had done anything by force. However, people had heard that the wavering light saint child was someone who had to go through heavenly tribulations every time. How could he not be a monster? From this, it could be deduced that the other people were not simple either. They had a lot of room for growth. Outside West Dam City, 2 tall figures stood in the air. One was covered in golden scales and had a pair of divine wings. The other was shining with silver light and had 4 arms and an extra eye. He disappeared and covered up his aura. Even the godly diviner's disciple couldn't deduce anything. The people of the Yin-Yang sect can't find him. He's most likely still in this area. If we don't take his head, we can't go back and report. The two ancient creatures were discussing in low voices. Their eyes were dancing like flames, and their powerful auras were extremely astonishing. While these two ancient creatures were thinking of ways to kill Yi Fan, he held the immortal tear green gold book in his hand and pondered. The small characters were written in the ancient divine characters. Could he capture an ancient creature and translate them? Chapter 603. Early in the morning glow gushed out. West Dam City was bathed in a golden radiance. The black walls were inlaid with golden edges, adding a sense of holiness. Yi Fan came to a small restaurant and ordered a bowl of tofu pudding and a basket of small buns. He sat down and ate while looking at the passers-by on the ancient street. The sun had just risen, and the morning glow was very gentle, sprinkling warmth on one's body. There was no clamor, no murderous cries, no dazzling magical treasures, and no fresh blood. There was only tranquility and simplicity. These past few years, Yi Fan's pace of life had been very tight. He had gone through fire and water and was used to seeing sharp blades beheading people and blood dyeing the sky. He wandered between life and death, and now he felt very peaceful. For a mortal, this was just a very ordinary morning. Perhaps some would complain that the morning glow was a bit dazzling, but for Yi Fan, it was a kind of enjoyment. The brilliant morning glow, the warm rising sun, the clean porcelain bowl, the lustrous tofu pudding, and the passers-by all made him feel simple and natural. Cultivators are a group of non-humans. It is difficult for them to feel the beauty of the mortal world. It is too boring. Yi Fan sighed. At this time, many cultivators should be deep in the mountains and in front of ancient caves, far away from the mortal world. There were even more people in seclusion, not seeing the sun and moon all year round. Mortals envied flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth, but they did not know that it required many years of accumulation. One could endure the torment in boredom and silently cultivate alone, but there was no guarantee of success. Yi Fan was going to cultivate in seclusion in the near future. He planned to use the bottle of dragon marrow to break through to the fourth transformation of dragon transformation. These days, he had relaxed his mind and felt the mortal world. When the time came, he would break through the tribulation in one go. The streets suddenly trembled and the limestone slabs on the ground trembled. More than 10 strange beasts rushed in from the direction of the city gate. Each of them was incomparably handsome. Some were like cheilans flickering with purple light, while others were like dragon steeds burning with raging flames. As they rushed past, the entire ancient street shook and rumbled. Then, they entered the largest inn in the city. Not long after, some people arrived on clouds and descended from the sky. Moreover, it was not just one or two batches. From time to time, people would rush over and enter West Dam City. This was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the central continent. There were many powerful cultivators who lived in seclusion here, and there were even more cultivators who frequented this place. The common people were already used to this, so they didn't panic. The bi-monthly super auction is about to begin. This time, it will be held in the Ninely Divine Dynasty's treasure tower. Many people have rushed here overnight. I wonder what kind of divine object will be born. Most likely, there will be many Imperial Lord-level characters. At a table not far away, someone was discussing softly. West Dam City held a large-scale event every 2 months. The various large auction houses took turns holding it, and it often attracted Holy Lord-level characters. The tranquility of the early morning was broken. People continuously flew over from the horizon and landed in the city. Some of the people in the city speculated that there would most likely be an unusual magical treasure this time. Otherwise, how could so many people be attracted? The sounds of hooves were loud, and the sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. Another 6 or 7 riders galloped over from the city gate like streaks of flowing light, their speed extremely fast. These mounts were all mutants. Some had wings on their ribs, and their bodies were glowing. Some had thick scales and large hooves. All of the strange beasts trod in the air. They were half a foot above the ground, and their feet did not touch the ground. However, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard, and it was even louder than when they were trampling on the limestone ground. At the very front was a golden divine hoe and a purple Chilan beast. The golden divine flame and the purple heavenly flame burned fiercely, causing the two people on the mounts to exude divine might. These are the elites of the extraordinary warrior manor. They have also come to join in the fun. They are all the most outstanding inheritors of the 5 great regions. In the future, there will be no lack of their figures here. The extraordinary warrior manor opened once every 10,000 years, and now, it was destined to make this city even more prosperous. These people definitely did not lack resources, and most of them were future sect masters. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. He saw an old friend. The golden divine hoe's rider wore golden battle clothes. He was majestic and strong, and his eyes were like a tiger's. His black hair was scattered behind him. Jin Qishao, the inheritor of the golden family of the North region. The blood of an archaic king flowed within his body. Yi Fan did not expect to see this person here. Last time in the eastern wasteland, the fire demon Ridge, when 13 saints surrounded and attacked him, this person was among them. I triggered the heavenly tribulation to kill a group of people. At that time, Saint Yen escaped, but I killed him afterward. I didn't expect him to also be a fish that escaped the net. Participating in the plot to kill him, Yi Fan naturally did not have any good feelings for this person. If he was not in West Dam City, he would definitely attack him. The 6 or 7 strange beasts stopped, and everyone got off their mounts. They went straight to the front of the small restaurant. Clearly, they were going to eat breakfast here. Ding! A piece of silver fell on Yi Fan's table and made a soft sound. It spun a few times before stopping. Go, bring our mounts to the inn in front. The person who spoke walked in side by side with Jin Qishao. He was wearing a purple robe and only glanced coldly at Yi Fan. He did not look at him for long and found a seat to sit down. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Seeing that Yi Fan did not move, the person beside him revealed a strange expression. He was just a mortal, but he was actually unmoved by a piece of silver. You think it's too little? I'm only letting you walk a few steps. Jin Qishao glanced over and threw a golden leaf at Yi Fan's face. Ding! Yi Fan caught the golden leaf with 2 fingers and casually threw it on the table. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes as he looked at the few people and said slowly, "You want to order me around and throw a golden leaf at my face?" These people were surprised and immediately understood that this was not a mortal. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak to them like this. You don't even want the golden leaf. We'll find someone else to lead the horses, one of them taunted. The others did not say anything else, afraid of causing trouble. Yi Fan flicked out a few golden leaves which landed in front of Jin Qishao and the person who spoke. This is for you. Be quiet and don't be noisy. You. The few people were furious and stood up. Jin Qishao's expression changed and he said, "Forget it. Let's eat first and rest later. We still have to go to the Jiuli God Dynasty's palace. My apologies, friend. Since you are not willing, we disturbed you just now." The man in purple also spoke. Clearly, he did not want to cause trouble. Since you have said so, forget it. Yi Fan stood up and left. You. One of them was very unwilling, but he did not act up. Jiuli was one of the 4 great immortal dynasties of the Central Plains. It had an ancient heritage and its influence was as vast as the sea. In each ancient city, there were weapon halls and auction houses. At this moment, in front of this palace, there was a sea of people rubbing shoulders. Many people had come to participate in this super auction. The Jiuli Heavenly Palace was very grand and occupied a large area. It was like a city within a city. After walking in, there was a door of light. Every time someone entered, it would flash, displaying a person's strength. There would be people receiving them according to the light. Yi Fan tried to hide, but the light still flashed a few times. A young girl came out and led him to a pavilion in the air. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this place was filled with cultivators of the dragon transformation realm. In the end, he asked for a private room. He sat in the floating pavilion and looked down at the auction hall. He could see everything clearly. I hope there is a peerless dragon marrow. If that's the case, I can immediately break through. Yi Fan sat in the pavilion and paid attention to everything in the auction hall. The transaction had already begun. A 6,000-year-old spirit medicine, starting price of 10,000 kilograms of source. 11,000 kilograms of source, 12,000 kilograms of source. In the end, the spirit medicine was sold for 20,000 kilograms of source. This was the first transaction in the Jiuli Heavenly Palace. The auction hall was tepid, but everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. There were no special treasures that had appeared yet. A fleeting fire sword, starting price of 50,000 kilograms of source. Finally, there was a commotion in the hall below. Many people were attracted and immediately started to bid. This sword was crimson like blood and surged with mist. Fleeting fire burst out and the heat was difficult to resist. This was an ancient sword interwoven with natural laws. It was a divine lord-level weapon, 150,000 kilograms of source. 180,000 kilograms of source, 200,000 kilograms of source. In the end, the fleeting fire sword was sold for a frighteningly high price and fell into the hands of a young man. Many people were shocked. It was a disciple of the unique warrior manner. Then, the atmosphere in the auction hall became more and more heated. Treasures appeared one after another, causing waves of exclamations. The final price became more and more shocking. When a jade-white, flawless piece of iron was placed on a jade plate and sent into the hall, the auction reached its climax. A piece of mutton fat divine iron, starting price of 500,000 kilograms of source. Boom! The hall was in an uproar. Many people stood up and looked forward. That was a piece of divine iron the size of a human head. It was pure white like snow and without a single flaw. It didn't have any special characteristics of metal and was like a piece of mutton fat jade. However, everyone knew that this was a rare treasure. Even if a divine lord refined a weapon for himself, a little bit of it would be enough. It was extremely rare. It was said that this kind of precious material could be used to refine a king weapon. It was needed by all kinds of king bodies and was extremely rare, 600,000 kilograms of source. 700,000 kilograms of source, 800,000 kilograms of source. Many people were very excited. They raised the price by 100,000 kilograms of source in one go, all wanting to get their hands on it. Yi Fan was speechless. There were so many people who had source. Although he was the successor of the Yuan Taoist master, he had never thrown out a few 100,000 kilograms of source like this. 5 million kilograms of source. Suddenly, a young man calmly said. All the voices in the hall disappeared. This person suddenly raised the price from 500,000 kilograms of source to 5 million kilograms of source, showing his determination to win. Who is he? Although this kind of thing is rare, the risk of refining it is very high and it can be easily destroyed. It's not worth a single cent, yet he really dares to bid for it. Su Zixuan, the Yuhua king of the young generation of the central state. This kind of physique hasn't appeared in 15,000 years. If it weren't for the fact that the central emperor is too shocking, as one of the experts of the young generation of the central state, his great name would have already spread all over the world. In the end, the Yuhua king won the head-sized mutton fat divine iron for 5 million kilograms of pure source. An old man beside him paid for him. Obviously, he had a powerful background and the support of an ancient clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take out so much source on his own. The next auction item is a king weapon. Hua. This time, there was an uproar. Everyone stood up. In the end, this kind of thing was auctioned. It was beyond everyone's expectations. With a king weapon in hand, one could move unhindered in the world and fight against a group of experts of the same level alone. Its power was peerless. Yi Fan was also stunned. He had once held one of the 9 divine armaments and had truly experienced that terrifying power. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. And now, he had a black war chariot about an inch long. It was a king's war chariot, and it was similarly terrifying. In his hands, he had only been able to suppress it with one of the 9 divine armaments. This was a small bell, only the size of an infant's fist. The body of the bell was green and made of divine jade, like green agate. A king weapon seemed to be translucent and gentle, but it possessed an incomparably terrifying might that affected the minds of everyone present. I have to obtain this weapon, Jin Qishao said, his eyes flashing with golden light. Even in the Central Plains, it was almost impossible to see a king weapon being auctioned in a supreme auction like this, as they were simply too rare. Anyone who obtained one would nourish it and fuse it with their flesh and blood, not sell it. Truly a treasure. It's probably going to be at the heaven step. I still want to buy dragon marrow, but I probably won't be able to buy this treasure, Yi Fan softly sighed. Chapter 604. Every king weapon consumed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Even the entire wealth of a large sect couldn't be forged. Only holy lands, divine dynasties, and the top forces could have them. One could imagine how many people could obtain and use the weapon that the peerless divine king Jiang Taishu had spent his entire life refining. Anyone who wielded it could sweep through a group of people at the same level, invincible and unrivaled. The body of the bell was only the size of a baby's fist. It was green and glistening, translucent and translucent. It was obvious at a glance that it was a treasure. Blue Sky Bell, in the Jiuli Heavenly Court. As soon as the old man in charge of the auction said this name, the people in the hall were in an uproar. It's actually the legendary Bell King. The entire hall was in an uproar. Many people were shocked and began to discuss it. Many people even squeezed forward to see what was going on. Because of the 3 words, Blue Sky Bell, the auction hall was in chaos. Everyone was excited. Many important figures walked out of their private rooms and used their divine eyes to watch. The Blue Sky Bell was famous in the past. It was a mysterious and powerful weapon. When the bell rang, the world became silent, heroes fell, and all things shattered. 20,000 years ago, a Jade Sky King appeared in the Central Plains. He was like the current divine king of the Eastern Wilderness, Jiang Taishu. He was an invincible king. The weapon he had refined for his entire life was extremely precious. Blue sky was the first level of Taoism. The sky was filled with blue clouds, and it was called Blue Sky. Since he dared to call himself a king with such a name, he naturally had his own merits. The Blue Sky Bell was called the Bell King. It was as famous as the 9 divine weapons that the Jade Sky King had refined for his entire life. It was recorded in many ancient books in the Central Plains. The Jade Sky King, was a powerful king body in the Central Plains. The weapon he left behind is rare and priceless. I'm afraid not many people can afford this Blue Sky Bell King. Who knows how many precious materials were used to forge it from the 9 heavens blue sky divine jade. The most important thing is its power. If it was in the hands of a holy lord, it would be invincible in an era without ancient saints and a king body. Everyone was shocked. They knew that the price would be sky high. Unless an ancient dynasty or a holy land acted, no one would be able to afford it. It was too precious. 700,000 kilograms of pure source energy, start. When the crowd calmed down a bit, the old auctioneer loudly announced the starting price. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into an uproar. How is this possible? Only 700,000 kilograms of pure source energy. Almost no one dared to believe this. This was the legendary Jade Descent Bell, a treasure refined by an unmatched king with his entire life's effort, so how could it be so cheap? It must be fake. This is definitely not the real Azure Sky Bell. Could this be a replica and not the King Bell recorded in the ancient books? Many people were skeptical. They didn't believe that a divine bell's base price would be this low, believing that there was something fishy going on and that it wasn't a precious item. Everyone, please calm down. Within the 9-Li treasure tower, the old auctioneer gently knocked on the bell. Instantly, a clear bell sound rang out, cleansing the souls of those who heard it. It's the king bell, but there's a stain on it. The azure sky bell, which was the size of a baby's fist, was flipped over. People found a bloodstain on the inner wall of the bell. It was dark and lusterless. What happened? Not long ago, someone found the corpse of the Jade Descent monarch in an ominous land, lying in a bloody cave. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what was going on. The ancestral root of the dragon marrow could also produce stains. Even if it was a treasure, it would still be dissolved after being soaked in it for a long time. It was already a miracle that the azure sky bell hadn't been completely destroyed after being soaked in this land for 20,000 years. What a pity, a divine object was destroyed just like that. Who would have thought that the Jade Descent monarch would die in a bloody cave? This is truly an inestimable loss. The legendary azure sky bell has been destroyed just like that. Everyone shook their heads, their enthusiasm waning. Everyone, this isn't an ordinary weapon, it's made from the 9 heavens azure divine jade. You have to know that this is a divine material that can be used to make weapons of saints. Even the ancient saints couldn't find it. If we can find some peerless earth milk or top-grade dragon marrow, we can completely wash away the bloodstain and restore the azure sky bell. Moreover, if we continue to nourish it, it will be impervious to all evils. It will be impossible to erase it. Many people were moved again, their thoughts becoming active. However, there were still many who shook their heads. Forget it, the price is too high. Earth milk and dragon marrow are priceless in themselves. Who can afford to pay the highest grade? 800,000 kilograms. 850,000 kilograms. Even though many people said that the price was too high, they still made a bid during the auction, and it was very intense. 1,200,000 kilograms. Yi Fan also spoke. He felt that the azure sky bell was extraordinary and should be able to dissolve the bloodstain. After all, it was made from the 9 heavens azure divine jade. If it was properly nourished, not only would it be able to recover, it should also be able to grow continuously. He suddenly raised the price by several 100,000 kilograms, immediately causing people to raise their eyebrows. Many people hesitated, not knowing whether to continue or not. 1,500,000 kilograms. Another voice sounded, extremely calm and composed. It was Jin Qishao of the Gold Clan, the blood of an ancient king flowing in his body. 1,550,000 kilograms. Another person spoke. 1,800,000 kilograms. Yi Fan continued to raise the price. 1,000,000 kilograms. Jin Qishao's expression did not change, as if he was determined to obtain it. Is he crazy? The azure sky bell is already tainted, yet it is still being fought over like this. This is truly a case of too much energy. Everyone was shocked. 1,800,000 kilograms was Yi Fan's bottom line, but seeing that it was Jin Qishao who was competing, he felt the need to add fuel to the fire. It was not that he wanted to cheat this person, but that the dragon marrow would be auctioned soon, so he felt the need to make him consume a bit more to prevent him from competing with him later. 1,150,000 kilograms. Yi Fan's tone was not firm, as if he had shouted this price through clenched teeth. 1,300,000 kilograms. Jin Qishao was extremely domineering, adding 200,000 kilograms in one go. 400,000 kilograms. Yi Fan seemed to be even more hesitant, and he was a bit hesitant when bidding. 2,600,000 kilograms. Jin Qishao was extremely straightforward. Brother Jin is too much. The azure sky bell is seriously tainted, and is no longer as majestic as before. Its power is less than 10%, and 1,800,000 kilograms is the limit. The man in purple beside him advised. The other disciples of the Qishir manor also felt that it was not worth it, and they all dissuaded him. I'm taking it. Our gold clan has the great earth elixir. It can completely wash away the stains and restore this bell king. Jin Qishao secretly transmitted his voice. What? The others were shocked and incomparably envious. If it could be restored, it would be worth it no matter how much origin source was spent. They could recreate the glory of an invincible king. In the end, everyone in the hall became numb. Yifan increased the price a bit, pushing the Azure Sky Bell to the sky-high price of 1 million kilograms. He didn't dare to increase it anymore, as he was afraid of frightening the other party. Something's not right. He's determined to get it, and he can still bid. Yifan observed with his origin divine sense and felt the other party's emotional fluctuations. 1,100,000 kilograms of origin source. 1,200,000 kilograms of origin source. Yifan gently cooked the meat, pushing the price to 1,500,000 kilograms of origin source, and no longer paid attention to it. In the end, even Jin Qishao became anxious. He didn't have that much origin source on him, so after communicating with the person in charge of the Jiuli Heavenly Imperial Court and obtaining permission to pay in the future, he pushed the price to 1,700,000 kilograms in one go, becoming the final winner. This bastard. Jin Qishao clenched his teeth. This price was too great. He stared at the private room Yifan was in, his heart filled with endless killing intent. Then, he began to laugh coldly. The auction hall was in an uproar. This was truly a sky-high price. It was extremely crazy, making everyone feel that it was unreal. Afterwards, another precious item was auctioned. It was the ancient Gemini King's personal letter, which recorded part of the process of Tao comprehension. Even though it was only an incomplete piece, its value was immeasurable. Yifan thought for a bit and participated again. This time, he loyally acted as a support. He still hesitated every time he called out a price, but he continuously pushed the price up. Damn support, your acting is too terrible. Too despicable, raising the price is too obvious. In the end, this incomplete personal letter was also pushed up to a sky-high price, provoking the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Next time, you can play by yourself. Go to hell, Itua. Many people cursed, unable to restrain their anger. Yifan naturally did this on purpose. He wanted to play the role of support to the end, letting these people understand his use and paving the way for the bidding for the dragon marrow. After that, as expected, he did not change his bad habits. He supported another 2 precious items, raising the price to a sky-high price. The last precious item, a bottle of purple dragon marrow, a total of 12 drops. The starting price is 1,200,000 kilograms of origin source, but it must be auctioned with divine source of equivalent value. The hall was in an uproar again. Finally, the finale item, the dragon marrow, was presented. This was an exceptional divine item. Not only could it extend one's lifespan, but it could also assist in comprehending the Tao. There was a transparent jade bottle, and everything inside could be seen clearly. There were a total of 12 drops of dragon marrow, and they shone with divine splendor, illuminating the hall with purple light. The fragrance was intoxicating. Every drop was the size of a thumb, and they did not mix with each other. They were sparkling and translucent, and purple clouds flickered. It was as if purple energy had come from the east. The hall was enshrouded in mist, and the fragrance directly entered one's soul. 12 drops, and every drop had a starting price of 50,000 kilograms of origin source. It was a sky-high price that could scare people to death. Even the wealthiest person would feel the pinch. Only 12 drops, and the starting price is 1,200,000 kilograms of origin source. Why don't you just rob someone? Many people shouted that it was too expensive. Most importantly, they had to use divine source for the transaction, which stopped too many people. 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source. At that moment, Yifan spoke, his tone still not as determined as before. The hall instantly fell silent. Then, curses rang out. Itua, acting again. Too immoral. You guys play by yourselves. We are not bidding anymore. 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source going once, 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source going twice, pang. The wooden hammer fell. Everyone was busy cursing, and no one competed. Yi Fan bought the dragon marrow with 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source and became the winner. The hall was silent, and then curses rang out. Everyone believed that this was just a prop, and they just did not manage to scam anyone this time. Tua, you guys are too greedy. If you don't want to auction, then forget it. Why do you have to do this? At the side, the person in charge of the auction house had tears streaming down his face. He was speechless. Just now, he had been extremely respectful to Yi Fan, but now he wanted to smack him to death with the sole of his shoe. *CK, this was a bottle of dragon marrow. It was hard to find in the world. It was supposed to be the finale, and it would definitely be auctioned off at a sky-high price. In the end, this prop, who looked pleasing to the eye, had placed the lowest price on it. Tua. Everyone in the auction hall cursed. The person in charge of the auction house wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to strangle Yi Fan to death. Originally, he had estimated that the winning bid would be more than 2 million kilograms of origin source. That was because it was not an inferior grade dragon marrow this time. 1 million kilograms of origin source definitely could not be won, and its value was immeasurable. While many people were cursing angrily, the person in charge of the auction house beat his chest and stamped his feet. He almost suffocated to death. When everyone in the hall had left and the place became quiet, Yi Fan paid the divine roots in the VIP booth and kept the bottle of purple dragon marrow. It was a pleasure working with you. I will come often in the future to support you. Don't you feel guilty? That is not an ordinary dragon marrow, and you placed it on the floor for 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source. The person in charge of the auction house was exasperated. Why else would I say that it was a pleasure working with me? I raised the prices of the first few treasures to such a high price, and you guys did not lose out at all. Just take the last item as my compensation. We are honest with everyone, and we never look for a prop. That will ruin our reputation. The person in charge of the auction house was furious. Isn't it just a bottle, not a cauldron? Do you know what dragon marrow that is? That is something dug out from the purple dragon ancestral root. Do you know how many people died for these 12 drops of divine liquid? That is an extremely dangerous place, and there are terrifying creatures guarding it. There are many experts who died. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat as he said, "Where did you dig it out? There are ancient creatures guarding the dragon vein underground? Maybe we can work together." Tell me. What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you again. Old man, don't get angry. It won't cost me anything to tell you. I am very knowledgeable about mountains and rivers, and I might be of great help when the time comes. Hurry up and leave. In the end, Yi Fan was chased out by a group of old men. A few old auctioneers glared at him and listed him as the most unwelcome guest. Old man, you will invite me in the future. In this world, only I can help the big factions behind you. Yi Fan dawdled. Go, go, go. Don't let us see you again. Princess Yueling of the Jiuli Divine Dynasty has gone to invite experts. You little liar, hurry up and leave. Yi Fan was astonished. Princess Yueling of the Jiuli Divine Dynasty was the second most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. Her beauty shocked the world and she was extremely famous. Almost everyone in the younger generation knew of her. I wonder which experts she will invite. He rubbed his nose. This was the first time he had been chased out in such a sorry state. He turned around and left. Before long, Yi Fan left West Dam City and prepared to find a place to undergo his tribulation in seclusion. Damned Yin Yang sect. If you dare appear before me again, I will go to your lair to undergo tribulation and flatten your ancestral tombs. Yi Fan left West Dam City and walked toward a mountain range. He wanted to choose an uninhabited area to enter seclusion. You've finally come. We've been waiting for you for a long time. An indifferent voice as if everything was under control came over. You've delivered our purple dragon marrow? Another person taunted and laughed heartily. Around him, 7 figures appeared. It was Jin Qixiao's group. They appeared in 4 directions and surrounded him from afar. I think you've come to deliver the blue sky bell to me. I can't forget that bell, King. You're very enthusiastic, Yi Fan said. Jin Qixiao smiled and slowly shook his finger. You don't have any chance. Without a sound, an old man appeared in each of the 4 directions. They blocked the sky and trapped Yi Fan in the center. Unfortunately, you only won a bottle of dragon marrow. If you had won the Gemini King's letter as well, it would have been 2 earth-shattering gifts. One must be satisfied. The final item is the dragon marrow. It's a priceless divine item. We should be satisfied. Chapter 605. Jin Qixiao, the man in purple, and the others came to kill Yi Fan and take away the rare dragon marrow. They had nothing to fear. The purple dragon marrow is rare. This bottle of divine liquid is worth more than 2 million kilograms of origin source. You really came at the right time, knowing that we need it. One of them smiled faintly. There are 12 drops of divine liquid in total. It's not easy for the 7 of us to distribute them, another said casually. He had already treated Yi Fan as a meal on his plate. Jin Qixiao was unruffled. With his hands behind his back, he paced around slowly as if everything was under his control. He said, he might have other treasures on him. We can count them when the time comes. The man in purple beside him was calm and collected. He glanced at Yi Fan and said, take him down first. We'll decide later. Do you really think I'm a pushover that you can pinch as you please? Yi Fan sneered and walked forward, approaching them step by step. At this moment, he was not afraid of Jin Qixiao and the others. He was only afraid of the 4 old men, who had surpassed the dragon transformation's secret realm and were at the level of the great elders. There are 4 seniors here, and you still want to put up a stubborn resistance? You don't know the meaning of death. One of them sneered and shook his head. Jin Qixiao and the man in purple retreated. They did not plan to fight him personally. They wanted the 4 great elders to kill him, so they were very cautious. This morning, when we met in that restaurant, we didn't know you were a cultivator. Now, let's bring up the topic again. If you help us, we can consider sparing your life. I don't trust people like you. It would be better if you cripple your own cultivation. If you want to live, you should first kowtow and beg for mercy. I like to see people give in. The 7 of them stood in the distance, calm and unperturbed. They spoke words of humiliation, standing on the mountain rock as they overlooked this place. A cold smile hung on the corners of their mouths. You guys are just saying it. You don't even have the courage to fight me, yet you want to invite these 4 old men. Yi Fan sneered, I think you should find a godfather or a god-grandfather no matter where you go in the future. One of them had a frosty expression as he said, I'll teach you a lesson in a bit. I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Your life will be worse than death. Another person said in a sinister voice, you are just a person at the 3rd transformation of dragon transformation. Who here is weaker than you? It's just that they are too lazy to fight you. Yi Fan ignored him. Instead, he looked at the 4 old men and said, For brothers, are these 7 your grandchildren? One of them shook his head subconsciously, but he came to his senses in an instant. His face darkened as he said, You're just trying to be eloquent. Behind him, Jin Qixiao and the others all had cold expressions. One of them said coldly, taking advantage of us, we'll make you kneel to death later. So, they have nothing to do with the 4 of you. Whose grandsons are they? Why isn't your grandfather here? Yi Fan said with a smile. The identities of the 7 were not ordinary. When had they ever been ridiculed like this? One of them stepped forward with a sinister gaze and said, I'll fight him. I want to personally take him as a slave. Why bother arguing with him? Just ask the 4 seniors to kill him. There's no need to stain our hands with his blood. Jin Qixiao shook his head. It could be considered a tactful way of stopping them, afraid that something unexpected would happen. If I don't personally make him kneel, I'll always feel like I'm lacking something. I'll feel uncomfortable all over. As he spoke, he walked forward. In his palm, a golden trident appeared. Whoosh! The golden trident that was only an inch long enlarged in his hand, reaching a length of 3 meters. It was cold and gloomy. Golden divine light flowed, radiating brilliance in all directions. This was an ancient weapon that interweaved the laws of heaven and earth. As he held it in his hand, rays of murderous light swept over like a raging sea. "Seniors, please step back. Let me personally take a slave." He strode forward, passing the 4 old men and entering the field. Yi Fan calmly stood there without saying anything. However, he was prepared to attack. "It's not too late to kneel now. I'll spare your life." This was the young master of an extremely powerful and ancient clan in Northern Plains. His cultivation was at the 4th transformation of dragon transformation. "Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way." Yi Fan finally moved. His figure fluttered like an exiled immortal in the sky. He was agile yet swift to the extreme. Chi! This young master wielded the golden trident and forcefully slashed over. His surroundings were like a golden sea. It was resplendent and intense, and the murderous light shot out in all directions. Yi Fan's left hand transformed into a golden heavenly steel while his right hand transformed into a golden millstone. Symbols flickered on the surface as if there were 2 heavenly books engraved on it. Clang! Clang! 2 ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding resounded. The golden divine steel and millstone collided with the golden precious weapon. Sparks flew in all directions, piercing through metal and cracking stone. The radiance of the trident dimmed for a moment. 2 of the halberd blades were broken, leaving only the divine peak in the middle. The large halberd had turned into a golden spear. Behind him, everyone's expression changed. Yi Fan bare-handedly broke a weapon interwoven with laws. Everyone was shocked, but it was too late to stop him. Swoosh! Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. His right hand transformed into a golden millstone and slammed down. All kinds of symbols flickered on its surface. It was mysterious and unfathomable, as if it was explaining an ancient scripture. This young master turned pale with fright. He had never thought that a person's physical body would be so powerful that it could break his golden precious weapon's blade and get close to him. Bang! He had no choice but to quickly counterattack. He abandoned the spear that he could not wield at close range. While retreating, he used his hands to block the enemy and buy time for himself. Pfft! Unfortunately, just as he raised his hands, they were smashed by Yi Fan. Both his arms were broken inch by inch and turned into a large mist of blood. Bang! Yi Fan's left hand pressed down. This was a golden heavenly steel. Innate patterns flickered, densely packed and engraved on its surface. It pressed down with force. This young master cried out loudly. He couldn't block it at all. His body immediately became shorter, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He couldn't bear the heavy pressure and bent down. Put on. He couldn't block it at all. He was pressed down until he couldn't move at all. Both of his legs were almost broken. As soon as he went limp, he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. This was a humiliating position. Just now, he threatened to make Yi Fan kneel. In the end, he was forced to kneel after just a single exchange. This was even more unbearable than killing him. You want me to be your servant? Yi Fan's palm slammed down. The golden heavenly steel immediately turned this young master's head into a rotten watermelon. Then, he took the weapon that had become a golden spear and retreated. The young master's corpse was still kneeling there, but his head was already decayed. The people behind couldn't stop him in time. The 4 elders pounced over like tigers and wolves, activating ocean-like magical power to suppress him. However, they could only capture an afterimage. Yi Fan rushed out by a hair's breadth. Return my brother's life. In the distance, a young man's face was ashen. He produced a purple copper gourd. The moment the stopper was pulled out, it sucked in and swallowed everything. Yi Fan rushed over with the golden spear in hand. He seemed to have shrunk as he rushed into the gourd's mouth and was about to be sucked in. However, at this moment, his body suddenly shook violently. Like an azure dragon swinging its tail, he leapt up and quickly enlarged. The golden spear in his hand stabbed forward. Kacha! This golden spear pierced through the gourd's mouth and came out from the bottom. The divine peak couldn't be blocked, and the purple copper gourd shattered into several pieces. Pooh! After the golden spear pierced through the purple copper gourd, the spear's speed became even faster. Golden light flickered, and it immediately entered this person's chest. Bloody light gushed out. Ah! This male released a loud cry. His chest was penetrated from front to back. His internal organs were all ruptured, and even his soul was injured. Yi Fan stood on the battlefield like a demonic god. With the golden spear in one hand, he raised it up, and then with a forceful shake, a pu sounded. Blood splashed outwards, and this body broke into pieces, flying in all directions. Chunks of flesh and bones carried large amounts of blood as they fell. This person's soul was destroyed. The golden spear dripped with blood. Yi Fan's black hair scattered about. With the spear in hand, he walked forward with large steps without stopping. This is... Everyone was stupefied. Such methods were clean and efficient. It was terrifyingly frightening. Yi Fan pressed forward. With each step, the great earth trembled. It was as if a giant was moving. The golden spear in his hand was pointed towards the heavens. Blood flowed outwards, and his black hair fell down like a waterfall. He was like an ancient war god. Chi, chi, the sound of air shattering rang through the air. The four elders rushed over, and they once again activated their ocean-like magical power. Splendor pervaded the surroundings, drowning out the heaven and earth. They wanted to refine and suppress Yi Fan. However, what was left behind was only an afterimage. Yi Fan's speed was too fast. It was as if he was walking in the ancient past, separated from the present and unaffected by the current world. With the golden spear in hand, he crossed 100 zhang with a single step towards Jin Qishao and the others. His black hair danced about, and his murderous aura spread in all directions. He was like a deity that had broken free from his shackles and slaughtered his way out from hell. The remaining 5 young experts' expressions all changed. The other party leapt like a dragon, and a powerful aura surged over. Every single one of them had no choice but to do everything they could to resist. Ah, one of them cried out loudly. He had previously ridiculed Yi Fan for delivering the purple dragon origin to them. At this moment, he raised his heaven-gathering umbrella to block the air, protecting himself behind it. Wang! The void trembled violently, and like a rag in the astral winds, it continuously fluctuated. Yi Fan held the golden spear in his hand and treated it like a heavenly blade. Holding it with both hands, he chopped down vertically, bringing about a heaven-overflowing golden divine light that engulfed the great earth. Ka! Yi Fan brandished the golden spear downwards, and as easy as breaking dry weeds, it cut the heaven-gathering umbrella interwoven with natural laws into 2 halves. The cut was smooth and even. Ah, this young expert cried out loudly. A crack appeared between his brows, and blood gushed out. His eyes were filled with fear. Pfft! The golden spear in Yi Fan's hand was no different from a heavenly blade. It chopped down vertically, and at the same time as it finished cutting open the heaven-gathering umbrella, the spear point cut into this person's skull. Blood gushed out wildly. He forcefully chopped down, and the golden spear point was like a bolt of lightning, splitting this person's body into 2 extremely symmetrical halves. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the 2 halves of the body fell in different directions. Fear was written all over his face, and his eyes were filled with endless panic. Pung! The 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground, and Yi Fan stood in the middle. His hair was as black as ink, and the golden spear in his hand was even more resplendent under the sunlight. Blood dripped down, and he stood there like a demonic god. Chapter 606. Yi Fan stood there with the golden spear in hand. The golden spear was dripping with blood, glaring under the sunlight. He was like a war god from ancient times. You are. Yi Fan! Jin Qishao shouted. His face was full of shock. Although the other party had changed his appearance, his aura was definitely the same. There was no mistaking him. Jin Qishao, you have attacked me 3 times. Let's see how you can escape today. Yi Fan held the golden spear upside down and drew a string of sparks on the ground. He crossed hundreds of meters with each step. Stars flickered in his eyes as he quickly rushed over. Everyone, let's kill him together. Supreme Elders, attack quickly. Jin Qishao shouted. A man wearing a golden crown beside him shouted and took out a scroll. Inside, there was a towering ancient demonic mountain. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The other 2 also attacked. They took out their magic treasures at the same time to stop Yi Fan and buy time for the Supreme Elders. Behind him, the 4 old men were like comets. They drew a long tail of light and chased after him. However, they couldn't compare to Yi Fan's speed. Yi Fan held the golden spear that was dripping with blood. In just a few flashes, he appeared in front of them. He was like a moving mountain. Every time he landed on the ground, there would be a loud boom, and the mountains would tremble. Devil Cloud Mountain Locking Diagram, suppress. The diagram flew into the sky and spread out. It was like a real world had appeared. There were 72 demonic mountains that reached the clouds. Black fog surged and lightning interweaved. The moment Yi Fan rushed over, a huge mountain flew out from the Devil Cloud Mountain Locking Diagram and filled the sky. It was as black as ink and came pressing down. Buzz! Yi Fan used the golden spear like a big stick. He swung it towards the sky. The golden spear's body had withstood a huge force and was almost bent. Bang! Who knew how much strength he had? Yi Fan swung his golden spear and shattered the black mountain that was pressing down from the sky. Huge rocks fell everywhere. It was like a flood that overflowed the heavens. Rocks tumbled down and mountains sank. A black flood with terrifying momentum rushed in all directions. One could clearly see that one of the peaks in the Devil Cloud Mountain Locking Diagram had dimmed down and had almost vanished. 9 great peaks pressed down. The man stood at the side of the demonic diagram and pointed with his finger. 9 black mountains rushed out and flew towards Yi Fan. The 9 mountains appeared at the same time, forming a dark and intimidating mass. They covered the sky like dark clouds, leaving behind a large shadow on the great earth. They possessed the power to move mountains and fill up seas. Yi Fan released a light shout. The war spear pointed towards the sky, pressing forward courageously, facing the 9 ancient great peaks. Qin Wendian was like a sovereign that descended from the heavens. He had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers, unobstructed wherever he went. The golden spear in his hand swung about unceasingly, colliding with the Devil Mountain in the sky. Boom! He held the spear with both hands and forcefully raised it. The tip of the spear drew an arc in the air and lifted a huge mountain, sending it flying towards the horizon. In front of them, several people widened their eyes in shock. Just how much strength was needed to do this? He was actually able to send a black mountain flying with the tip of his spear. Pung! Yi Fan raised the spear a second time, and this time, the tip of the spear was inserted into the mountain. With a loud roar, he forcefully shook it and sent it flying again. This is... Jin Qishao and the others' expressions changed. The other party could pick up mountains as if he was picking people. Such a powerful physical body was truly frightening. Boom! This time, it was a heaven-shaking attack. Yi Fan's spear struck out and smashed a huge mountain into pieces on the spot. Rocks rained down in all directions, covering the heaven and earth. He continuously brandished the golden spear, and the 9 great mountains were either sent flying or shattered. They were all destroyed in the blink of an eye, and no one could react in time. Yi Fan turned into a divine rainbow and swooped over. Wherever the tip of the spear went, the ground below would split into pieces, filling the sky with smoke and dust. Before he even arrived, his aura was already pressing down like an ocean. Walala! The man wearing the purple gold crown shook the painting scroll with force. It was like a black ocean, covering the sky and covering the earth, wanting to suck Yi Fan inside. Phew, the astral winds were fierce, and the painting scroll unfolded. The endless blue sky disappeared and turned into a world, swallowing Yi Fan inside and disappearing without a trace. The group refined the devil cloud-locking mountain diagram together, and the Supreme Elders also approached from the distance. Rip! Suddenly, the painting scroll shattered, and a golden spear pierced out, piercing straight towards the holder of the demonic diagram. The cold light was bone-piercing, and murderous intent filled the air. A loud sound rang out, and cracks appeared on this treasure map of interweaving Tao and truth. Yi Fan struggled free, and the spear in his hand stabbed out at lightning speed. Pooh! Blood splashed out. The golden spear pierced through the holder of the demonic diagram and came out from his back. With a forceful shake, this body immediately exploded, and flesh and bones scattered everywhere. Yu, Jin Qishao and the other two were right in front of him. They all retreated, turning into 3 beams of light as they rushed into the distance. Close combat was definitely courting death. No one could fight a divine physique in close combat. At the same time, the endless magical power of the 4 Supreme Elders in the sky pressed down. It was as if a world was shrouded, and the earth directly sank more than 10 zhang. Yi Fan leapt up and rushed out several li. He identified a target and chased after it. His feet did not touch the ground as he jumped several thousand zhang, cutting off the path ahead. Don't run anymore. I'll send you back home. Even though this person did his best to resist, he was only at the 3rd transformation of the dragon transformation and could not compare to a divine physique of the same level. He was blasted into a bloody mist almost immediately after exchanging blows. In the distance, Jin Qishao and the purple-clothed man stopped. At this time, they finally stood together with the 4 Supreme Elders, and their killing intent surged as they pressed forward. Yi Fan did not escape. He stood on top of a stone mountain and calmly took out the 1,000 Slayers' bow. He pulled the bowstring with all of his strength, and the essence energy of his entire body began to burn. Divine flames surged, and this part of the sky became dazzling. Xiao! A beam of golden light shot out, piercing through the clouds and heading straight for the purple-clothed man. It was extremely fast. Pung! One of the Supreme Elders intercepted the golden divine arrow. His magical power erupted to refine the several li-long rainbow. Swish! Swish, swish, Yi Fan continuously shot arrows. One after another, golden rainbows shot out. They interweaved like bolts of lightning, forming a blazing world of arrows. In the end, he poured all of his divine power into one of the arrows and shot it out. It flew straight towards the purple-clothed man. The others were busy with their own matters and could not help him. Ah, the divine arrow that was several li long rushed past and shattered his treasure. It pierced through the space between his eyebrows and exploded with a pop. Both his body and soul were destroyed. At this point, only Jin Qishao and the 4 Supreme Elders were left. The others had been killed by Yi Fan. The 3 Supreme Elders used their magical power to form a screen of light that surrounded an old man. Then, with a loud roar, they attacked with all their might. Chi! This Supreme Elder rushed over like a shooting star. He was enveloped by endless magical power. The arrows could not penetrate through him, and his speed was extremely fast. 4 symbols into one. Magical power gathered in one body, shrinking the earth to inches. This was a secret technique. 4 people helped one person, allowing him to possess extreme speed in an instant just to catch up to Yi Fan and reach him quickly. Such speed really shocked Yi Fan. These people really had some strange techniques. If he had not been prepared, he would have suffered greatly. He activated the Xing character formula and retreated to avoid the sharp light. He waited until the brilliant light on his body disappeared and his divine power was almost exhausted before he stopped to wait. Boom! The eyes of this Supreme Elder were filled with murderous intent. He opened his mouth and spat out a wave of innate essence chi. It brought along his entire body's magical power and pressed down. Runes flickered within it. He knew that Yifan's physical body was unparalleled, but his cultivation level was not high enough. Therefore, he used endless magical power to suppress him, using the law of the Great Path to refine him, taking advantage of the fact that he was still in the dragon realm. Beginner-level Supreme Elder. Yifan's eyes flashed. He did not escape but rushed up into the air to meet the attack. Bang, bang, at this moment, he used all he had and displayed his strongest ability. He used his third transformation of the dragon realm to fight against a Supreme Elder from a holy land. Roar, with a dragon's roar, a green dragon flew out. Yifan formed a dragon seal with both hands and unleashed a true dragon. It raised its head and swung its tail, piercing through the overwhelming magical power as it flew up. Boom! A huge mountain stretched across the sky, towering and suppressing all directions. Yifan formed another mountain seal, forcefully resisting the boundless sea of magical power as he flew up into the sky. What? He is only at the third transformation of the dragon realm. How can he fight an opponent so many levels above him? In the sky, a few people's expressions changed as they sped over. Within the boundless magical power, all sorts of runes flickered, forming threads of law that linked together to form a great path rule that pressed down on Yifan. Boom! Within Yifan's body, all sorts of lights appeared. A chaotic green lotus rushed out and with a gentle shake, the laws could not touch his body. Then, the celestial king descending to the 9 heavens phenomenon appeared. The 9 heavens floated up and down, attracting the torrential magical power. All of it was absorbed and swallowed crazily. Be careful, that is the phenomenon of the holy physique. Do not touch it with your physical body. Yifan used the seal and the phenomenon to attack, tearing a hole in the endless magical power of the Supreme Elder, who had surpassed the dragon realm, and rushed up into the sky. Bang, bang, he formed seals and fought fiercely. In this short moment, he attacked more than 100 times, exchanging over 100 blows with this Supreme Elder. It was incomparably intense. Boom! Yifan first used the dragon seal, then the mountain-embracing seal, and finally the man-ruler seal. He did it all in one go, naturally and terrifyingly. A huge figure merged with him. The virtual body of the human clan lord appeared, condensing divine power laws. It became one with his palm and fingers, and he struck outwards. Bang! Everything happened too quickly. At the 150th move, Yifan used the man-ruler seal to break through the last layer of magical power and entered. Pfft! The Supreme Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Yifan was merely a dragon realm cultivator, but he had defeated a Supreme Elder like him. The third transformation of the dragon realm was 8 levels lower than him. This did not make sense. The so-called battle across a large mystery realm referred to mystery realms like the Sea of Reincarnation, the Holy Palace, and the Four Extremities, which only had a few small levels. For mystery realms like the Dragon Realm, there were as many as 9 small levels, and no one could cross them. 9 is the limit of numbers, and no one can cross 9 small levels to battle. 8 is the limit. Since ancient times, only a few heaven-defying people have been able to cross 8 small mystery realms to battle. Holy physique, he actually entered this category and became one of the people who crossed the 8 limits. Everyone's expression changed. Those who became one of the 8 limits were all heaven-defying people. In the future, they would definitely grow to an extremely frightening level. The legend of the 8 limits had too many secrets. It included all kinds of physiques, and the influence was great. Boom! After using up the man-ruler seal, Yifan formed seals again and struck out with the sky-throwing seal. At this moment, heaven and earth turned upside down. The stars and moon moved, and everything was turned upside down. The great seal that represented the will of heaven and earth pressed down. Pfft! The Supreme Elder tried his best to resist, but he still exploded. His bones shattered, and he became a pile of meat paste, no longer existing. When the others rushed over, it was too late. The battle was over. 8 limits, someone who stepped into the 8 limits. Everyone's expression changed. When Yi Fan was in the Holy Palace, he could only fight against people a few small levels higher than him. He entered the 4 extremities and dragon realm, and only then did he gradually approach the 8 limits. However, this was the first time he had heard of it. Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Facing the people rushing over, this time, the arrow blocked out the sun. The tail light was more than 10 li long, and it disappeared into the void. Ah, Jin Qishao screamed. The divine arrow spun around and pierced through him. His left shoulder was shattered, and he became a pile of meat paste. His expression was incomparably sinister. Yi Fan sneered and said, "You've tried to kill me 3 times. The first 2 times, only my incarnation died. Let's call it a day. My real body will die." Chapter 607. Arg! Jin Qishao screamed. His left shoulder wriggled as a brand new arm grew out. However, this arm was different. It was covered in golden scales and was even thicker. As expected of a descendant of a primordial beast, the blood of a primordial king flows in his body. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he stood in the air with the myriad slayer's bow in his hands. After the death of a supreme elder, the other 3 old men all had solemn expressions on their faces. They stood not far away, accumulating their strength and preparing to kill Jin Qishao in a single strike. It's the legendary 8th level, a person who broke through to the 8th level. The eyes of the few of them flashed with coldness. This was truly terrible news. Even Jin Qishao had a look of resentment, jealousy and unwillingness on his face. He was only at the 3rd transformation of the dragon transformation, yet he actually managed to kill an Immortal Foundation expert. This was simply unheard of. Jumping 8 levels in one go, this was something rarely seen since ancient times. After the 9th transformation, one would be able to see immortals with a single leap. Only then would one be able to enter the final secret realm of the human body, Immortal Foundation. Ascending the dragon's spine, one would be able to ascend to the Immortal Foundation. This was a pure land, a supreme immortal depository that contained boundless potential. The human body had a total of 5 great secret realms: the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, 4 Extremes, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Foundation. There were people who tried to derive the 6th secret realm but to no avail. The final conclusion was that it was impossible to exist unless there were deities or immortals. Regardless of supreme elders, supreme existences, supreme god kings, or even sages, they all stopped at this secret realm, Immortal Foundation. Immortal Foundation was the final secret realm of the human body. It was vastly different from the previous 4 secret realms. There was an intrinsic difference between them. This secret realm was incomparably difficult to advance. Every step forward was equivalent to stepping into a layer of heavens. The difference in strength between the 2 was incomparably great. If one wanted to enter from one layer to another, there would be a heavenly moat separating them. From this, one could very well imagine how difficult it was to cultivate in the Immortal Foundation's secret realm. One could say that in this final secret realm, the distance between each layer of heavens was equivalent to a greater secret realm. For supreme elder level characters of the various sacred grounds, almost all of them were at the 1st level of Immortal Foundation. Among them, the most outstanding ones were at the peak of the 1st level, only half a step away from entering the 2nd level. The Immortal Platform was extremely unique. If it was only on 4th heaven, then in terms of strength, it was equivalent to 4 big mystic realms. One must know that before this, there were only the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, 4 Extremities, and Dragon Transformation mystic realms. As for the final Immortal Foundation mystic realm, each level was like a great mystic realm. If the Immortal Foundation secret realms had 8 or 9 layers of heavens, that would be even more terrifying. It would be equivalent to having 8 or 9 secret realms. The final secret realm of the human body, Immortal Foundation. As for how many layers there were, no one knew. Because no one knew how strong the heavenly sovereigns were. No one knew what heights they stood at. Some people said that only by ascending to the immortal platform would one be considered to have stepped onto the path of immortality. Only then would one be able to ascend and see exactly how many layers of heavens there were in this secret realm. Even the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, Four Extremities, and Dragon Transformation mystic realms added together couldn't compare to the disparity in strength of the Immortal Foundation mystic realm. A Supreme Elder who had just stepped into the first level of the Immortal Foundation mystic realm was killed by Yifan. This naturally caused them to be shocked. If they allowed him to continue growing, it would be hard to predict what would happen. Bzz. The air trembled as the three Supreme Elders acted at the same time. Their Xiantian origin energy condensed into a picture of mountains and rivers that bore down on Qin Wendian. Swish. Yifan retreated far away. He didn't receive the attack head-on. These three were definitely stronger than the Supreme Elder earlier. When they attacked together, the might they unleashed was terrifying, exceeding the limits of the 8 layers. Every layer of the Immortal Foundation mystic realm was equivalent to a greater secret realm. It wasn't like the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and Four Extremities, which only had 4 or 5 levels. Instead, it was like the Dragon Transformation mystic realm, where each layer was equivalent to 9 levels. Naturally, each layer of the Immortal Foundation mystic realm couldn't be further divided into 9 levels. There were only initial stage, intermediate stage, and peak stage. The 4 Supreme Elders were all at the initial stage of the first level of the Immortal Foundation mystic realm. But only the Supreme Elder who died earlier was 8 levels higher than Yifan, while the other 3 were 9 levels higher. Yifan raised his cultivation base to the limit as all sorts of phenomena manifested. His entire body shone with over 10,000 beams of golden light. He was like a fiend god, exuding boundless energy fluctuations. Also, at this moment, he activated the secret word, all, unceasingly, preparing to raise his combat prowess by 10 times, using this to kill his enemies. This was the first time he activated the secret word, all, after his strength improved by leaps and bounds, wanting to break the taboo legend. However, no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't activate the secret word, all. If it was usual, he would succeed after tens of times, but right now, he had already tried over 500 times. What's going on? Yifan was startled. He didn't understand this situation. He felt that there was a huge problem. That 10,000 miles mountain river diagram was like a bottomless abyss, unfathomable. It flew over and almost trapped him within. Yifan retreated once more, like a flood dragon soaring through the skies. With a single retreat, he retreated a few thousand meters. He hovered in the air and tried again and again, but after activating the secret word over 1,000 times, he still failed. The secret word, all, has failed. Yifan was in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. Where do you think you are going? The 3 Supreme Elders roared. Each of them spat out a mouthful of Xiantian origin essence qi, infusing it into the 10,000 miles mountain river diagram. This was a real scene of rivers and mountains flying in the air, exuding a majestic aura. The mountain peaks were towering, and there were waterfalls and springs everywhere. It was filled with a sense of power, yet it was incomparably vivid. Yifan retreated again and again. He didn't fight back. He mumbled to himself, could it be because I've stepped into the ranks of the legendary 8 boundaries? As he thought of this, he no longer circulated his combat prowess to the limit. Instead, he lowered it by a lot. In an instant, he successfully activated the secret word, all, causing his combat prowess to rise by 10 times. I succeeded, and I just happened to step into the realm of the 8 boundaries. Yifan was in a daze. At this moment, he was truly a bit shocked. Just what kind of secrets did the 8 boundaries have? Could it be that they were truly insurmountable? If anyone knew that Yifan was somewhat dissatisfied at this moment, they would definitely sigh in anger and curse the heavens to be struck by lightning. Since ancient times, there weren't many people who could step into the 8 boundaries. Crossing 8 minor realms to fight was like a fantasy story. But now, he had become one of the few people who could do so. For the sake of stepping into the 8 boundaries, there were many exceptional geniuses who used all kinds of methods and exhausted their mental and spiritual energy to derive it, yet they still couldn't step into the ranks. Meanwhile, he had unknowingly succeeded, yet he didn't feel the joy he should have. If it was anyone else, they would have long since shed tears of joy. After all, such a thing was rarely seen throughout the ages. What are the legends of the 8 boundaries? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He discovered the insurmountable nature of the 8 boundaries. Even the secret word all couldn't be successfully activated. Even if he has a saint physique, he might not necessarily be able to step into the 8 boundaries. We have to capture him and figure out what is going on. The 3 supreme elders secretly transmitted their voices. They exchanged a glance and turned into 3 streaks of rainbow as they rushed over, activating endless magical power. 8 boundaries. Yi Fan pondered while retreating, many thoughts emerging in his mind. Soon after, he raised his head. Now wasn't the time to think too much. He had to finish the battle first. Jin Qi Shao! Yi Fan shouted. He couldn't do anything to the 3 supreme elders, because they had exceeded the range of the 8 boundaries and were staring at the inheritor of the Northern Plains Huang Jin family. At this time, Jin Qi Shao followed behind the 3 supreme elders, not daring to stray half a step too far. His expression was cold as he also looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan sneered. He feigned an attack on the 3 great experts and rushed forward. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared from his original location, leaving no traces behind. The 3 supreme elders were startled at the same time, somewhat baffled. However, a cry of surprise came from behind. The void beside Jin Qi Shao split open, and Yi Fan stepped out. Great void technique. They were all astonished. This was the Eastern Wasteland's Ji family's secret technique. Although it could travel through the void, if one was on guard, one could still sense the fluctuations. Moreover, its speed was far inferior to the travel word formula, so Yi Fan rarely used it. At this time, it was merely a sneak attack. The 3 supreme elders hadn't anticipated that he would succeed and close in on Jin Qi Shao. At such a close distance, even half-step experts would have to bear a grudge if they encountered him. In close combat, not many could escape his methods. Ah! Jin Qi Shao screamed as cracks appeared all over his body. Like a cicada shedding its carapace, his human body split open and a golden creature rushed out to resist Yi Fan's golden fist. Archaic creature. Yi Fan was astonished. He had long known that this race had the blood of the archaic king in their bodies, but he didn't expect that they could transform into another true form. Jin Qi Shao was still in human form, which was the most obvious characteristic of the descendants of the archaic king. However, his entire body was covered in dense golden scales as if he were cast from gold. Moreover, his limbs were much thicker, and his bones were creaking unceasingly. His hair had also turned golden like a burning flame. The flesh and skin that belonged to a human fell off, drenched in blood. The scene was somewhat frightening. His eyes had turned golden, and a single horn grew out from between his brows. Bang! Jin Qi Shao's 2 golden hands collided with Yi Fan's golden fist, emitting a bone-cracking sound. He let out a miserable cry and borrowed the force to retreat like a stream of light. Pfft! At the instant Jin Qi Shao retreated, his hands turned into mush. After that, the bones in his arms were broken. One could very well imagine how much force he endured. However, Yi Fan was also shocked. Jin Qi Shao, who had transformed into a primordial life form, had a fleshly body comparable to a half-step supreme existence. In other words, he was at the peak of the first level of immortal foundation. The fleshly body of a primordial life form is so tyrannical, kill. The 3 supreme elders rushed over, but their speed simply couldn't catch up. Yi Fan had already transformed into a beam of light, rushing towards Jin Qi Shao. Boom! At this moment of life and death, Jin Qi Shao gritted his teeth and ignited his golden body, exhausting the source energy of his primordial life forms. He knew that even if he transformed, he wouldn't be a match for Yi Fan, who had already broken through to the 8 Forbidden Realm. The 8 Forbidden was simply too monstrous. He had no chance of victory at all. He could only flee. You have already ambushed me 3 times. It's time to send you on your way. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he tossed out the golden battle spear. Chi! The battle spear was like a golden bolt of lightning, piercing through the clouds and instantly catching up to Jin Qixiao. With a chi sound, it pierced into Jin Qixiao's back, causing a large amount of blood to splatter out. Arg! Jin Qixiao screamed in misery as he was pierced through by the golden battle spear. He was flung thousands of meters away and nailed into a precipice in front of him. The golden spear trembled as fresh blood flowed from it. No! Behind him, the three elders howled in rage. However, they had no way to stop it. The distance between them was too far. Jin Qixiao was in incomparable pain, yet he had no way to struggle. His body was nailed to the precipice by the battle spear, and the slightest movement caused the pain to seep into his bones. Yi Fan neared and pulled out the battle spear. With a single hand, he lifted Jin Qixiao up into the air. Release me, I am willing to pay any price. I will never dare to ambush you again. Jin Qixiao admitted defeat. He was afraid that Yi Fan's spear would shatter him into pieces. Not long ago, he had personally witnessed Yi Fan fling or shattering 9 mountains. His strength was unrivaled, and it truly suppressed him. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to do anything. He no longer had a trace of arrogance as he begged in a humble voice. You are the descendant of an archaic king, so you must be able to recognize the ancient divine text, right? Yi Fan recalled the immortal tear green golden book in his body and wanted him to translate it. Swoosh! With a flash of brilliance, a rusty green copper plate appeared. It was desolate and ancient, and it attracted one's attention. Do you recognize the words on it? I don't. Jin Qixiao shook his head awkwardly and said, It has been too long. These words have long been forgotten. Yi Fan was furious and said, What use do I have for you? You illiterate. Chapter 608. Jin Qixiao was stupefied at first, but then he was enraged. All the blood in his body surged and he almost cursed out loud. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Even if he didn't know the immemorial divine language, he shouldn't have been scolded like this. But he didn't dare to act out. His little life was in the hands of Yi Fan, so he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You have the blood of the immemorial kings flowing in your body, as their descendant, you haven't even learned those words? Yi Fan was rather dissatisfied. After marrying with humans, we have almost become half humans. The immemorial blood is getting thinner and the imprint of the ancestral kings has already faded away. Jin Qixiao explained. He felt very uncomfortable. The Grand Golden King's descendant was actually called illiterate. There was nothing more comical and terrible than this. He really wanted to swallow this enemy whole. Yi Fan was very disappointed and didn't have a good expression. He had finally caught an ancient life form and wanted him to translate the immortal tear green golden book, but he didn't even know a single word. Where is the 9 heaven falling bell king? It was sent to Northern Plains. Nonsense, quickly hand it over. Yi Fan glared. Jin Qixiao was alarmed and cautiously explained, the blue falling bell is the weapon of an unrivaled king, but it has been defiled. I had people send it back to the clan to be cleaned. The Golden Clan has the great earth divine milk. Yi Fan was astonished. We have some, it should be able to let the treasure regain its former glory. Jin Qixiao cautiously replied. When will they send it over? Yi Fan pondered. With the great earth divine milk, he would definitely be able to clean the blue falling bell. I also don't know, then what use do I have you? Yi Fan cursed his bad luck. He had encountered an ancient life form that didn't know the immemorial language, and even the Bell King had been sent away. The more he looked at him, the more irksome he felt. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to pay any price. Jin Qixiao begged. He could sense the other party's killing intent. You still want to live after trying to kill me 3 times? Yi Fan didn't want to say anything else. He shook the golden spear and turned Jin Qixiao into meat paste, destroying both his body and soul. No, in the distance, the 3 supreme elders rushed over. When they saw this scene, they were terrified. This was their young master, but he died just like that. It was hard to explain. Yi Fan left without looking back, only leaving behind a faint afterimage that disappeared into the boundless horizon. Life is like a dream, how long can it last? Life becomes even more difficult. No one can compete with me in the art of immortality, singing in the mountains in the spring. The forest was lush, and thin vines coiled around the old trees. The bluestone path led to the depths of the mountain step by step. There was a woodcutter singing at the top of his voice, creating quite an artistic mood. Yi Fan had come from the west. He had chosen this mountain range, which was more than 1,000 miles away from Shiba City. He wanted to cultivate here and break through to the fourth transformation of the dragon realm. This place couldn't be said to be very beautiful, but it could be said that mountains and rivers were interdependent. There were lakes at the foot of the mountain, and there was a dilapidated Taoist temple in the middle of the mountain. It wasn't a fairyland, but there was a sense of returning to simplicity. From afar, Yi Fan saw the woodcutter walking down the bluestone path from the mountain. He was carrying a bundle of firewood on his back. His body was sturdy and his face was covered with a beard. "Big brother, I heard you sing loudly. Could you be a cultivator?" "Little brother, you have misunderstood me. I am just a commoner, how can I be a cultivator? I just heard an old Taoist sing and remembered it." Yi Fan was shocked and asked, "I wonder where that expert is?" "There is a Taoist temple in the mountain. There used to be an old Taoist, but it has been deserted in recent years. That old Taoist is too old, so it has been a few years since he died." Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He bade farewell to the woodcutter and walked along the bluestone path into the mountain. After passing through 9 mountains, he finally saw a dilapidated Taoist temple that was situated on a short mountain. On that short mountain, there were no green bamboos, nor were there any spiritual herbs. It was simple. There was a small patch of vegetable field, but it was barren and overgrown with weeds. Dharma, Dharma, Dharma essence cannot be emptiness, emptiness is not emptiness. Silence and silence are the same. There is no dream in a dream. Useful in a use, useless in a use. Useless in a use. If it is ripe, it will naturally turn red. How does Mo when cultivate? 2 hunters walked out from the mountain. They were wearing animal skin clothes and walked with strength. They carried a wild deer on their backs and were not sweating at all. Their physiques were strong. "These 2 big brothers, what are you chanting?" Yi Fan went forward to ask. "The one you are talking about. I often heard an old Taoist sing and I unknowingly remembered it. Every time I come back from hunting and pass by this place, I can't help but sing when I think of him," one of the hunters answered. This was an expert. Yi Fan could already confirm that the old Taoist on that short mountain was not simple. He was definitely not an ordinary person. "What a pity, he is too old. He has been dead for 2 to 3 years, the other said. Yi Fan asked a few more questions and found out that the old Taoist had taught them some breathing techniques. They were very simple, but they could strengthen the muscles and bones. They were most suitable for ordinary people. "Little brother, are you looking for celestial Taoism? What a pity that you are late." Obviously, the 2 hunters had a good impression of the old Taoist. They stopped and said a few more words. The old Taoist was very old. Even their grandfather said that he remembered the old Taoist's existence when he was very young. No one knew how many years he had lived alone on the mountain. "Thank you, big brothers." Yi Fan left. This time, he followed the mountain path and finally climbed the short mountain. It was a small Taoist temple. It was dilapidated and low, like a thatched hut. It had been abandoned for many years. No one came in or out. It was cold and quiet. In front of the small Taoist temple, there was an old pine tree. The trunk was hollow and many people would need to wrap their arms around it. The branches were strong, but the leaves were sparse. The old tree was dying. There was no herb field, only a row of vegetable fields. However, it was overgrown. There was also a rack of grapes. On the dry vine, there were 2 to 3 bunches of purple grapes. This Taoist temple and ancient tree have existed for at least 4,000 years. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt an ancient aura. Was this Taoist temple built by the old Taoist himself? Did he plant the ancient tree himself? If that was the case, he was definitely an expert who could frighten people to death. Yi Fan entered the dilapidated Taoist temple and searched carefully, hoping to find some clues. However, there was a thick layer of dust inside. There were no ancient books or stone carvings at all. It was very ordinary, no different from an ordinary Taoist temple. There was a broken praying mat, a few tattered Taoist robes, and a horsetail whisk that had been chewed up by insects. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Yi Fan walked out and walked to the back of the Taoist temple. There was a small grave there. There was no tombstone or inscription, only a simple yellow bag. This is his grave. He died without leaving a word. I don't know who he was. Even his cultivation method was not passed down. He stood in front of the yellow grave and activated his divine eyes of origin. He stared at the ground and wanted to see the skeleton. He wanted to see what realm the person was at. Huh. He was shocked. It was an empty grave without any bones. No, there's a tattered Taoist robe, a hairpin, and shoes and socks. His heart moved. Could this be a cenotaph? Transforming into the Tao. He was greatly shocked. In the end, he confirmed that there should be a corpse, but it had dissolved itself before dying. This was definitely an expert. Generally speaking, only peerless kings and above could transform into the Tao. They could dissolve themselves into the world. This was true transforming into the Tao and not destroying their own bodies. As expected, there are tigers and leopards crouching in the mountains and cheetahs hiding in the fields. In such a small place, there was actually an old king, or even a saint who passed away. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. This person's name was not passed down. No one knew about him. He had died silently just like that. It's not that there are no experts in this world. It's just that no one knows about them. There is a peerless expert here, probably no weaker than the peerless divine King Jiang Taishu. He might even be a saint. However, this person had died just like that. He did not leave anything behind. Even his name was unknown. Yi Fan searched the place carefully. He used his divine sense to search the praying mat, horsetail whisk, and Taoist robes, but there was not a single treasure. It's too thorough. He really did not leave anything for the later generations. For such an unimaginable existence to have his legacy severed, it is truly an inestimable loss. Yi Fan settled down here. This place was very quiet, suitable for him to meditate and comprehend the Tao. No one would disturb him. The short mountain and broken temple had an indescribable Tao presence. It was very suitable for meditation, and it gave off a feeling of returning to one's natural state. That's right. How could his place of seclusion be ordinary land? Moreover, he transformed into the Tao here. In the future, this place will definitely become a divine place for cultivation. Yi Fan obtained the dragon marrow, but it did not mean that he could enter the fourth transformation just by eating it. He still had to comprehend the Tao himself. There were fragments of the laws of the great Tao in the dragon marrow, which could help, but it was not the foundation of breaking through. The most important factor was the cultivator's own heart. Late at night, all was silent and the stars twinkled. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in front of the temple with his palms facing the sky. A huge dragon rose from his back. In the end, it took on a form and danced around him. I occasionally come to the pine tree and sleep on a rock. There is no calendar day in the mountains, and I don't know the year. Suddenly, a soft voice startled Yi Fan, and he opened his eyes. At this moment, a dark cloud floated past, blocking the stars and moon in the sky. The land was covered in darkness, and the mountains were even darker. In front of the temple, in front of the ancient tree that many people could not even wrap their arms around, a person appeared out of thin air. He was the one who had spoken. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Who was this person? He could actually avoid his spiritual perception and directly appear at such a close distance. It was too frightening. He activated his divine perception and carefully observed. In an instant, his hair stood on end. An ancient Taoist robe fluttered, and a short and skinny old Taoist appeared under the withered tree. He was very familiar with that old Taoist robe. It was exactly the same as the one in the temple, and it was no different from the one under the yellow grave. A chill ran down Yifan's spine. He looked at the old Taoist's hair. A broken wooden hairpin was also very familiar, and it was no different from the one in the grave. What the hell? Yifan suddenly stood up and took many steps back. How could a person who had already transformed into the Tao appear? How many times has the human world changed into mulberry fields? Although the mulberry fields have changed into paintings, who can become immortal with paintings, the skinny old Taoist muttered to himself as he walked under the ancient tree. He seemed to have become one with the darkness of the night. Yifan took a step back. A cool breeze blew past, and the fresh smell of plants came. The dark cloud in the sky floated away, and the cool breeze in front of the temple was still there. However, the old Taoist had disappeared without a trace. Yifan's scalp went numb. His eyes did not move at all, and he stared straight ahead. However, that old Taoist seemed to have evaporated and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 609. The dark clouds moved away and the stars twinkled in the sky as moonlight sprinkled down. It was very quiet on the hill, as if nothing had happened. Yifan arrived in front of the old tree step by step. This ancient pine tree was at least 4,000 years old. Its trunk was hollow and its pine needles were sparse. It was on the verge of death. At the base of the tree, there was a square bluestone that was no taller than 1.6 meters. It was the same length as the old Taoist. It was very flat and extraordinary. I come to sleep under this pine tree. There is no calendar day in the mountains, and I don't know the year. Yifan was in a daze. Was this old Taoist still alive? How many times had the human world changed? How old had he been to sigh like this? He walked to the back of the temple and arrived in front of the yellow grave. He used his heaven origin divine instinct to observe. At this moment, he shivered. Under the yellow grave, the tattered Taoist robe was still there. The old wooden hairpin was still in its original position. It hadn't moved an inch. How could this be? Yifan was a bit scared. The old Taoist had passed away a long time ago, so why did he see his figure just now? It must have been an illusion. The dark clouds appeared and the old Taoist appeared. Then, he disappeared inexplicably. It was very real, and those words were still echoing. It wasn't a remnant divine imprint because I heard a real voice. Yifan returned to the front of the temple and walked around on the hill. He was very puzzled. The night was as calm as water. Apart from the occasional chirping of birds, there was no other sound. He couldn't feel the aura of a stranger, let alone the fluctuation of divine power. His heart was full of questions, but he had no way to solve them. In the end, he could only continue to meditate. He believed that no matter how strong the expert was, he shouldn't have any evil intentions towards him. Yifan secluded himself here for half a month. Every day, he would sit in front of the temple and silently comprehend the Tao. This was a pure land that had returned to simplicity. It was far away from the hustle and bustle, but there was no auspicious air lingering around it. Everything was natural, like an elegant ink painting. During the day, woodcutters would occasionally sing. Sometimes, hunters would chase some wild beasts from the depths of the mountains, their roars shaking the mountains. Yifan's heart was empty as he savored all of this. Over the past few days, he had captured a strange type of Tao mark. The short mountain contained a spirit. Even before he consumed the dragon marrow, he already had a mysterious feeling. His body and mind were both spiritual. A place of Tao transformation is a divine land of the world. If a great sect were to find out about it, they would definitely immediately occupy it and set up a heaven's net formation, making it a forbidden land that outsiders cannot set foot in. Another late night arrived. Dark clouds rolled, almost pressing down on the mountain peak. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Not long after, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. The world was covered in a curtain of rain. Yi Fan stood in the Daoist temple and observed the world in the rain. Occasionally, lightning streaked across the dark night sky, but in an instant, he could see the bright rain world. Boom! Lightning hacked about chaotically. In a split second, more than 100 silver streaks appeared in the world, connecting the heavens and earth. Endless rain poured down, illuminating the mountains in the water. But soon after, it sank into endless darkness again. The lightning disappeared, and only the pouring rain could be seen. Nothing else could be seen. In this terrifying night, he was alone, and there was an abnormal atmosphere. Boom! Another expanse of lightning. Hundreds and thousands of golden snakes danced about, causing the vast world to be blazing. In the distance, the mountain peaks could be seen clearly. That is, Yi Fan stood in front of the window, and his expression immediately changed. He saw the old Daoist again. He was still wearing that tattered Daoist robe, and there was a wooden hairpin in his hair bun. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in the pouring rain in the night sky. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Thousands of streaks of lightning entered his mouth and disappeared. Boom! The heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. There was water everywhere in the world, and the lightning became even more intense. This time, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning descended into the world. So much lightning, it's comparable to a great heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan said to himself. However, what left him shocked was that the old Daoist was still in the same motion. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the tens of thousands of streaks of lightning immediately disappeared, all of them rushing into his mouth. This is just too freakish. Yi Fan's expression changed. He had experienced heavenly tribulation several times, and he could resist it without fear. However, he still had to pay the price. His flesh was often injured, but when had he ever been like the old Daoist, absorbing everything in one gulp? This was like something out of a fantasy story. Not a single strand of lightning descended, all of it sucked into his body. It wasn't like a heavenly tribulation, but more like water. Hong! Endless lightning radiance descended, and the world became a vast expanse of whiteness. All types of lightning tribulation appeared. Earth, fire, wind, and water tribulations descended, and there were even streaks of primal chaos heavenly lightning. Meanwhile, at the very top, there was even an ancient heavenly imperial court that appeared. A few human-shaped lightning figures appeared, interweaving together, hacking about in the heavens. Could it be that he can even swallow this type of great heavenly tribulation? Yi Fan didn't believe it. The level of this type of tribulation already reached an unimaginable level. He had previously seen a heavenly imperial court formed from lightning, human-shaped lightning radiance moving about, but he had never experienced it before. He deeply understood how terrifying it was, and if he was struck, he would definitely turn into ashes. However, right now, that old Daoist was still the same as before, allowing the great rain to pour down and lightning to drown out the skies. He only opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking all of the lightning radiance into his mouth. Is he still human? All of the fine hairs on Yi Fan's body stood on end. When he faced tribulation to resist the heavenly tribulation, endless lightning radiance ultimately scattered between heaven and earth, yet this old man didn't let a single trace go, absorbing it all. This left one horrified. It couldn't be calculated with the Tao, without the slightest bit of reasoning. This was especially the case with the heavenly imperial court formed from lightning, as well as the streaks of human-shaped lightning radiance. They were as terrifying could be, yet they were still devoured. The old Daoist appeared in front of the shabby temple, his speed incomprehensible. Endless lightning radiance erupted from his mouth, turning into a pill, sliding into his stomach. His entire body shone brilliantly, and then it became dim and ordinary again. Yi Fan was stupefied. This old Daoist was truly terrifying. Did he turn the lightning tribulation into a pill? Between heaven and earth, the lightning disappeared, leaving only the torrential downpour. Curtains of rain fell from the pitch-black night sky, and the sound of water could be heard everywhere. Yifan didn't move, quietly watching the old Taoist. He was afraid that if he made a sound, the old Taoist would suddenly disappear like last time. The vast sea becomes dust for tens of thousands of autumns, the Tao becomes yellow hair, the worry of longevity, a dream lasts for thousands of years, the path of immortals is rugged, where do you travel? The old Taoist chanted softly, sitting cross-legged on the bluestone, not moving at all, merging into the night rain. There was no brilliance, and even more so no divine power. The raindrops scattered down on his body, yet they didn't wet his clothes. This was definitely an expert. Yifan was shaken, feeling that he might have encountered a saint. He originally thought that there was only one old lunatic in the present world who became a saint, but he never thought that the central state also had one. His words were profound and unfathomable, his realm immeasurable. "Senior," he walked into the heavy rain and called out softly in a pious and respectful manner. However, the old man didn't move at all, his eyes closed like a stone. Yifan cautiously tried to sense the frail old Taoist sitting on the bluestone. He was very close, but he couldn't sense his existence. No, it's not a spiritual imprint, but it doesn't have a physical body either. He was startled because the divine eye of origin had opened at this time, and it was only an illusion. Suddenly, the old man stood up and walked over. He was immediately startled, but he didn't move. If a saint wanted to take action, apart from the old lunatic, all the experts in the present world wouldn't be able to stop him. Swoosh! The old Taoist walked straight towards the Taoist temple and came into contact with him. They dispersed like air, rushing past each other, and then gradually disappeared. It's not a real person, he's still dead after all. Yifan was dumbfounded. After that, he carefully examined the small mountain in the heavy rain and found many magnetic rocks. This was an iron mine. Yes, I understand now, he thought of the reports he had seen on the other side of the starry sky. Figures appeared in ancient tombs and ancient soldiers were fighting in the Great Canyon. Everything seemed so real. In fact, all these scenes were just reenactments of the past. The magnetic rocks in nature could play back these past events under certain conditions. Yifan was incomparably regretful. He had actually missed an opportunity to meet an ancient saint. He had only arrived 2 years late, so he couldn't meet him. This person's cultivation had reached an inconceivable level. Refining a heavenly tribulation into a pill was not even recorded in the ancient books. One could imagine how tyrannical this person was. That was a heavenly tribulation that interweaved with the ancient heaven. Its degree of terror was unimaginable. A saint has silently passed away here. No one knows, not even the 5 regions. Apart from the old lunatic, there's another saint in the middle continent. Yifan let out a long sigh. Perhaps this was a true expert who didn't have the so-called ambition to dominate the world. He had such unparalleled cultivation, yet no one knew that he had passed away in the wilderness. So this is the realm of a saint. Compared to him, the other cultivators were far inferior. This kind of person had long since become indifferent to the world of mortals. He didn't care about anything else and only had the heart to seek immortality. After Yifan understood that this was an illusory image, he paid even more attention. If he could see the old Taoist's various cultivation methods, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Time passed quickly. 2 months later, Yifan was quietly cultivating, silently comprehending the Tao and refining the dragon marrow. He was on the verge of breaking through, and it was possible that the heavenly tribulation would be triggered soon. However, during these few days, his heart couldn't calm down. This was because he saw a few more scenes and obtained a shocking piece of information. When the old Taoist muttered to himself, he mentioned the 9 secrets. He came from an ancient family and grasped one secret. Of course, it was just a few words and wasn't enough to prove it. Yifan had connected all kinds of clues together. This was the result of his conjecture and might not necessarily be true. Even so, his heart was still shaken. The inheritance of the 9 secrets was almost broken, and there were only 3 or 4 of them left in the world. Now that he had unexpectedly obtained a clue about one of the secrets in the Central Plains, it was of great importance. Kai clan, there isn't such an ancient clan in the Central Plains. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Before coming to the Central Plains, he had carefully studied the situation of the major powers, and there was no Kai clan. Could it be a hidden aristocratic family? Or could it be the Kai clan that flourished 10,000 years ago, but suddenly declined and disappeared? During these few days, the sky was covered with thunderclouds. Yi Fan felt that it was possible that he would take that step. On that very night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. He saw the old Taoist's figure again, but he had only seen him 5 or 6 times. He paid extra attention to him. If only I could hear him recite a Tao incantation or recite one of the 9 secrets. Yi Fan hoped, but he knew that it was almost impossible. After the old Taoist passed away, he didn't leave behind a single word. This was enough to show his state of mind. He was far too aloof. There is nothing in the world that doesn't shed tears. Gains and losses, human emotions and life cannot be delayed. When I was drinking in the hall of my home, I looked back and saw that it has been 8,000 years. This time, the old Taoist actually felt a sense of loss. He wasn't like he was in the past. He walked around the Taoist temple 3 times, then raised his eyes and looked towards the west. In the end, he came to the back of the Taoist temple. His tone. Why is it like this? Why does it sound like he is about to pass away? Yi Fan's heart trembled. This old Taoist had lived for at least 8,000 years. He had left home for 8,000 years. This was a little scary. He was definitely a saint, there was no doubt about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a lifespan, and he was at the peak of existence. The old Taoist found an empty space behind the small Taoist temple and dug a hole. He was calm and natural as he walked in step by step. Just like that, he buried himself. This happened to coincide with the original yellow grave. They were the same place. Coming without a trace, leaving without a trace, leaving at the same time as coming. There is no need to ask about the fleeting life, for this fleeting life is only a dream. These were the last words of the old Taoist. Just like that, he turned into Tao and disappeared between heaven and earth. This is an ancient saint. Yi Fan could only sigh. Chapter 610. Yi Fan stood there silently for a long time, thinking of many things. This old Taoist pointed out the whereabouts of the 9 secrets in the end, so perhaps he could find them. Kai family, this was a crucial clue, so he could definitely find them. Moreover, before the old Taoist passed away, he circled around the small temple 3 times before looking towards the west in the end, seemingly pointing towards something. Just now I was drinking in the hall of my home, and when I turned back, 8,000 years have passed, all of these things were linked together, pointing out a faintly discernible path. As long as he diligently pursued it, he would definitely be able to find out where the 9 secrets were. A saint was resting here, and when he died, he was extremely aloof. Every word and action contained profound principles, yet no one knew about them. Perhaps this was a true expert. Yi Fan stayed here for a long time. Half a month later, he completely refined the dragon marrow and comprehended the law fragments within. A great dragon rushed out from his back, and his breakthrough was imminent. Dragon cries shook the 9 heavens. No, I can't cross tribulation here. When the lightning descends, the short mountain will no longer exist. This place of Tao transformation can allow a great sect to flourish, so I can't let it be destroyed. Yi Fan rushed into the distance. He wanted to find a desolate and uninhabited area, not wanting others to see him cross the tribulation. Along the way, he passed through endless mountains and rivers. Finally, he flew for 3,000 li and arrived at an uninhabited area. This was a great wilderness with many lakes and swamps, and mist pervaded the air. He was like an azure dragon, releasing a roar from his mouth as he soared through the air, entering the great wilderness of lakes and swamps with inconceivable speed. Flying so fast, are you in a rush to reincarnate? Someone loudly berated. Insolence, which lunatic dares to offend Venerable Sun Long? There were large swamps and great lakes one after another. Water vapor was hazy, and there were originally no signs of human habitation. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone set foot here. Today, apart from Yifan flying past, there was actually a group of cultivators traveling with the wind. When they saw Yifan fly over their heads, many of them shouted loudly. "Capture him! He dares to fly over our heads, acting recklessly." Yifan was astonished. He looked down and said, "What arrogant words. If an immortal flew over, would you guys also want to kill him?" The people below took action viciously. They didn't say much, all of them activating magical treasures. Light flickered about, attacking towards the sky. Yifan sneered. He was about to break through and had no time to waste on these people. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. These people were startled. This kind of speed left them extremely shocked, and no matter what, it was impossible for them to catch up. They all revealed looks of worry. Could that person be here for the ancestral root? Could it be that the news has been leaked and someone is here to fight for the immortal treasure? Not necessarily. Right now, we still can't be sure if there is a rare dragon marrow in the underground ancestral root. Maybe he is just passing by. Venerable Master Dragon Seeking, do you think there will be dragon chi turning into divine marrow here? Someone respectfully asked a person in a dragon chariot for advice. Yifan flew for another 500 kilometers before stopping in the uninhabited area. Standing in the middle of the lake, he did not immediately undergo the tribulation. Instead, he first observed the terrain. If he were to undergo the tribulation, it would definitely be world-shaking. There was no way to hide it, and it might even attract some enemies. He muttered to himself, "It's better to make some preparations." He used a forbidden origin technique to seriously carve on a few pieces of divine source. He spent an entire day and night, exhausting all of his energy. He then carefully examined the mysterious jade platform. During the tribulation, the deity striking whip most likely won't be able to hide from the heavens. At that time, someone will most likely be able to deduce where I am. Yifan had the intention to go to the yin-yang sect to undergo the tribulation, but after thinking about it, he didn't do it. Acting in such a high-profile manner in the Central Plains might provoke a fatal disaster. Just relying on the lightning tribulation would most likely not be able to do anything to a top-notch sect. At most, it would cause them to panic. There was definitely more than one type of heaven-deceiving formation left behind by Great Emperor Wu Shi in this world. According to the Black Emperor, there were 4 types of similar divine runes. 2 of them had already spread out, and many great sects had grasped them. If the yin-yang sect had a type of formation, it would most likely be a tragedy if he went there to undergo the tribulation. Yifan used 3 days to make sufficient preparations. After ensuring that there were no mistakes, he then flew high into the sky and chose the only mountain range in the swamp. Standing at the peak, he began to undergo the tribulation. Boom! Tens of thousands of meters of lightning descended from the sky. Not long after, it drowned the area, turning into a vast sea of lightning that covered the mountains below. The vast tribulation, although not as exaggerated as breaking through to the great mystery realm, where there were 81 heavenly dragons descending, was still extremely terrifying. From time to time, there would be chaotic lightning striking down. Yifan took out the myriad chi cauldron to absorb the attacks of the sea of lightning. He imitated the imprint of the great Tao, and now, it had already begun to evolve the laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, a small golden person rushed out from the golden lake between his eyebrows. It opened its mouth and spat out lightning, tempering the powerful consciousness. Not many people dared to do this. Using the powerful tribulation to baptize the consciousness could easily lead to eternal damnation. The consciousness was the foundation of a person's existence. Even the slightest damage would be fatal. Physical injuries could still be repaired, but once the consciousness was shattered, it was very likely that a piece of memory would be lost, and a part of one's personality would be lost. It was extremely fatal. However, Yifan was not afraid. He had experienced it many times and already had a certain level of experience. He advanced step by step, and did not attempt to shake the entire sea of lightning. At this moment, he stood in the void, the endless sea of lightning surging. His body, the cauldron, and consciousness moved together, accepting the baptism together, attracting endless lightning. The endless lightning was deafening, and the aura of primal chaos lingered. The myriad chi cauldron floated up and down, at the center of the tribulation. It was struck here and there, carving patterns of heaven and earth. And it was the same for Yi Fan's physical body. He was bathed in the most terrifying tribulation lightning, and every inch of his body became transparent. The tribulation struck the top of his skull, and rushed down, rushing out from the bottom of his feet. This was a very frightening scene. Endless lightning, each one capable of shattering a mountain peak, all struck at one point. Yi Fan became a sun. It was unknown how many lightning bolts entered the top of his skull. It was dazzling. The lightning that rushed out from the bottom of his feet was like a vast ocean, flattening the mountain range below. The small golden person, who was originally sitting cross-legged between his eyebrows, rushed tens of thousands of zhang into the sky, arriving at the place where the tribulation was the fiercest. It opened its mouth and spat out even more powerful lightning. All kinds of lightning bolts rushed into its mouth, drowning it. The small golden person formed by the consciousness continuously tempered its body, transforming into an undying spirit. Yi Fan let out a long roar. His eyes shot out two several li-long divine lights, piercing through the lightning. His roar shook the mountains and rivers. The myriad chi cauldron roared together with him, shattering the tribulation together. It floated in the sky, branded with all kinds of profound Tao marks, becoming more and more mysterious. And the small golden person formed by the consciousness also let out a long roar. The sound waves were even more violent than the sound waves of the physical body. It shook the void, and the sea of lightning was boiling. He successfully broke through and finally entered the fourth transformation of dragon transformation. His strength had greatly increased. When he stretched out his arms and legs, he was powerful enough to smash a mountain peak with one punch. Fourth transformation of dragon transformation, I feel such a powerful force. Yi Fan opened his mouth and sucked in, retrieving the cauldron. The small golden person also automatically flew back and sat between his eyebrows. The three of them combined as one, using the lightning to carry out the final tempering. The mountain range below had disappeared, and even the ground had sunk hundreds of meters, turning into a terrifying canyon that was boundlessly vast. Cough, what happened? Did the sky collapse and the earth collapse? How could this be? We were almost buried alive. Under the ground, someone was flustered and exasperated, coughing and shouting. Damn it, what's going on? Someone is crossing tribulation. Damn it, it's the heavenly tribulation that smashed this mountain range and made the ground sink. We were searching for the dragon marrow, but we suffered an undeserved disaster. The group of people were furious. There was no reason for them to suffer such a disaster for no reason. Yi Fan was astonished. He sensed all of this in the endless lightning and immediately became happy. It was the group of people he saw 3 days ago who threatened to take his life. It's him, someone recognized Yi Fan. 3 days ago, he flew over their heads. Now, it was even more excessive, and he was crossing tribulation above their heads. Quickly leave the sea of lightning and bring Venerable Sun Long out. Don't provoke the heavenly punishment. Someone shouted, transmitting sound to everyone. They hid under the ground, not daring to come up, fearing that they would come into contact with the lightning and cross the tribulation. If that happened, they would most likely die. Are you looking for the dragon marrow? Yi Fan was moved. He descended with endless lightning. Damn it, run. Everyone was horrified. The ground immediately sank, and the Rift Valley collapsed once more. It could not withstand the bombardment of the sea of lightning at all, turning into ashes in an instant. These people quickly fled, following the earth vein into the distance as if they were avoiding a demon. Who are you? How dare you make an enemy of the Geomaster bloodline and snatch the dragon marrow we discovered? This old man is Venerable Sun Long. I will remember this grudge. You offended us before, and now, you snatched the divine marrow mine we discovered. In the future, we will make you pay with your life. Those people were extremely dissatisfied. They fled through the underground tunnel, charging in all directions. How noisy. Previously, you arrogantly said that you wanted to kill me. Now, you are returning the karma. Yi Fan descended. The sea of lightning struck the ground and automatically opened a path for him. Yi Fan followed the vein they dug out and went deep underground. This kind of terrain is similar to the dragon vein that contains the divine origin. The two are connected and can be compared. Yi Fan was astonished. The strange techniques grasped by the marrow seekers of the Central Plains were mostly similar to the Eastern Wasteland's origin techniques. The path ahead was cut off. They had dug all the way here but had not found any precious divine marrow. Based on origin techniques, there should be a divine item here. However, it is also a dangerous land with strange creatures. Yi Fan was startled. However, he did not shrink back. Now that he had the heavenly tribulation, he could use it to dig out this marrow mine and obtain the rare treasure. Boom! Lightning struck down continuously. Even though it was about to stop and this was only the final remnant of the tribulation, it was still very horrifying, causing the earth vein to sink continuously. After advancing another 3 kilometers, a pair of huge stone doors blocked the path in the depths of the earth vein. Huh! There is such an ancient door underground. Clearly, there are living beings living here. Yi Fan did not stop. He brought along the boundless lightning and arrived before the stone doors. After a while, smoke and dust rose. The ancient stone doors shattered after being struck by the heavenly tribulation over 100 times. This was an ancient mine. Humans had come here many tens of thousands of years ago. There were many withered bones in the cave. Yi Fan followed the ancient cave for hundreds of kilometers and finally reached the end. Treasure marrow. There was a marrow pond in front of him. It was less than a square meter and had endless dragon energy. Within it, there were 36 drops of sparkling and translucent liquid. They were like little dragons swimming back and forth. They were dazzling and the fragrance was almost intoxicating. Roar! A scalp-numbing cry was heard. 3 silver creatures appeared beside the marrow pond. Holy light pulsed around them like 3 holy spirits. They stared at Yi Fan. Chapter 6:11. What lifeforms are these? Yi Fan was greatly shocked. The 3 lifeforms all had humanoid forms but were covered in silver scales. There were also bone spikes protruding from their backs, each of them over half a foot long. No matter how one looked at them, they didn't seem to be of the good sort. However, the silvery light flashed, causing them to look extremely divine. They didn't seem like dead spirits at all. Each of them had a pair of silver wings that flickered with silver light. With a flap of their wings, they could tear apart the void. Primordial lifeforms? That shouldn't be the case, most of them should be in the eastern desolate regions. This looks extremely similar to the flying god Yiksha. Legend has it that these are the reincarnations of ancient experts after they died. Each of them is so powerful that it would cause one to tremble in fear. Yi Fan's heart pounded violently. If this was really the case, these were 3 devils. It was hard to estimate their exact cultivation bases, but they were definitely not existences he could afford to antagonize. However, things were different now. He had the heavenly tribulation on him. These types of evil spirits shouldn't even exist in this world. They feared the 5-colored lightning strikes the most and were innately countered. Yi Fan pressed forward. The miraculous marrow was too important to him. It contained law fragments that could allow him to comprehend the Tao and break through. As long as he had enough, he would be able to break through unceasingly. It was a priceless treasure. Holy light flashed as the 3 silver-colored lifeforms acted together. They opened their mouths and spat out silver flames, causing the surrounding stone walls to instantly evaporate into lava. So hot. Yi Fan was greatly shocked. Even first-level Immortal Foundation experts would be turned into ashes if they came here. No divine energy or Tao arts would be able to block it. Even ancient treasures would shatter from the heat. Roar! A silver-colored life form lunged over. The aura it exuded was like a river of stars, causing the entire ancient cavern to tremble. Yifan brandished his lightning, slashing it down. The heavenly tribulation was like a myriad of bolts of lightning, deafening the ears of everyone present. The tunnel ahead of him was reduced to dust. Fear flashed in the eyes of this silver-colored life form as it retreated unceasingly. The heavenly tribulation was its nemesis. The ancient fiend corpse had transformed into the flying god Yiksha. It couldn't be allowed to exist in this world because its life should have ended long ago. Roar! The other two silver creatures shouted loudly like muffled thunder, shaking up the underground world until it trembled intensely. One could well imagine how powerful they were. Yifan broke out in a cold sweat. He was snatching food from the tiger's mouth. The flying divine Yiksha didn't back down, making his heart pound. This type of creature's true strength was terrifying. If he delayed any longer, the heavenly tribulation would vanish, and that would be bad. Thinking of this, he charged forward with boundless lightning. Roar! In the end, the three flying heavenly divine Yikshas cried out loudly, extremely alarmed and furious. Heavenly tribulation was approaching, making them instinctively shiver in fear, inwardly alarmed. Even though they were extremely unwilling, they didn't have any other choice. Once they triggered the lightning tribulation, they would definitely be turned to ashes. They weren't allowed to defy the heavens and live two lives. This world had its own rules. Once one died, even if one's corpse was able to defy the heavens and come back to life, it was destined to be obliterated. Life outside of the rules was not allowed to appear. The three terrifying creatures carried anger and resentment. In the end, they fled, not daring to touch the lightning. These creatures look pure and holy, but they specialize in sucking the yang energy of humans. If they escape, I'm afraid it will be a great disaster. Unfortunately, I can't exterminate them. The heavenly tribulation was about to end, so Yifan didn't dare to chase after them. He could only stop here. Whoosh! There was still a great distance between them. He took out the myriad energy cauldron and collected the 36 drops of precious marrow. He didn't dare to approach, fearing that the lightning would destroy them. There are 36 drops of rare precious marrow. With them, I can sit at the four corners of the world and undergo another transformation. Yifan's heart was stirred. The ancestral root of the world was born beneath the great earth of the central continent. The divine liquid that was born from it was of immeasurable value to him. These drops didn't mix with each other. Every drop was like a small night pearl, releasing divine splendor and flowing with extraordinary splendor. One could vaguely see a small dragon within, gently trembling. All of them were a faint golden color. This is a spiritual object. A single drop is worth hundreds of thousands of kilograms of origin source. Of course, this was the most conservative estimate. If it was truly put up for auction, this could only be considered a base price. Only heaven knew how high it would go. Inside the marrow pond, there was a dense mist of light. Draconic energy continuously seeped out. This was the entrance of an ancestral root, and the dragon marrow was born from its countless years of nurturing. That's not right. It's not just an entrance. This is a dragon pond. Dragon marrow was rarely seen in the mortal world. It could only be encountered and not sought. There were even more precious divine marrow, but it was hard to find even after thousands of generations. Legend had it that it had already developed intelligence and turned into a living creature. It was comparable to an immortal medicine. Yifan was shocked. When he found out about the importance of dragon marrow, he had spent a great deal of effort to collect many books to understand it in detail. The top-grade dragon vein ancestral root would sometimes give birth to inconceivable immortal treasures. First of all, a dragon pond had to be evolved before a divine object with life could be born inside. This 1 square meter pond in front of him was definitely a dragon pond because there were dragon scale-like patterns on its inner walls. This was the most obvious characteristic, and it was the symbol of a dragon pond. Patches of green scales flickered with brilliance, but there were no fluctuations of life. In the distant past, a fantasy-level divine marrow was born here. He quickly understood everything. No wonder there were human skeletons here. A great battle had happened here in the past, and the immortal treasures had been plucked away. Only the dragon pond remained, and after the passage of countless years, it had produced several dozen drops of dragon marrow. It seems like the 3 flying divine yakshas were the terrifying experts who had fallen in that era. Yi Fan sighed softly and left the underground world. In the past, there must have been a world-shocking battle here. He didn't know what kind of person obtained the divine marrow, but it was too long ago. Everything had been buried in history. He came to the surface and stomped on a rocky ground, submerging this place. Perhaps after thousands of generations, there would still be rare treasures born here. After all, there was an ancestral root here. At this time, the lightning weakened. The last bolt of lightning disappeared with a flash, and the heavenly tribulation completely disappeared. Yi Fan didn't dare to stay for long. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A few minutes later, a realm gate appeared in the sky. It silently opened, and more than 10 figures rushed out. Their powerful divine senses swept out in all directions. Divine Diviner's disciple has accurately deduced the location. It's right here. The people from the Yinyang sect and Shao clan appeared, their killing intent soaring. There were 4 of them, and the others were all first-layer Immortal Foundation experts. He's undergoing his tribulation here. This was extremely bad news. It had only been a few months since the last time and Yi Fan broke through again. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying, causing their expressions to change. If this continues on, he would reach the Immortal Foundation in just a few years. They were all shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so demon-level. His rate of improvement was simply too fast, and he wasn't much weaker than the Sovereign Emperor. In the future, he would surely catch up and become another Northern Emperor soaring. Even further away in the sky, a golden figure and a silver figure stood side by side. These were 2 powerful primordial existences, the light in their eyes flickering. He escaped again. Master told us to take his head. It's already been 3 months and we still can't find his traces. Not long after, Yi Fan returned to the small Daoist temple on the short mountain. He cultivated here for another half a month, completely stabilizing his foundation. During dusk, a red whirlwind gusted by as a few more scenes appeared on the mountain. Yi Fan didn't care too much about it. This old sage was too transcendent, he didn't leave anything behind. He felt that no matter what, it was impossible for the other party to recite any scriptures. There was no point in paying too much attention to it. Wait, suddenly, he was shocked. He saw a young man below the ancient pine tree. This young man was clad in blue, exuding an aura of transcendence. His entire person was like a transcendent immortal, standing on the short mountain, one with the heavens and earth. Hua Yunfei. The ruthless immortal emperor had left behind a portion of the heaven-devouring devil art. Even after so many years, it was still a taboo. No matter who obtained it, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire world. Back then, Hua Yunfei had hidden himself very deeply and was accidentally discovered by Yi Fan. Only then did he reveal himself to the world. However, after the battle 2 years ago, he vanished completely, never to be found again. He actually came to the Middle Continent and appeared here before. Yi Fan cried out in alarm. This was the magnetic mountain replaying the past. Hua Yunfei had arrived here before him, so he definitely knew about the Kai clan's 9th secret. Furthermore, some of the things left behind by the old sage were also taken away by him. The ancient sages were extremely powerful. Anything they refined was a supreme treasure. Oh no, Yi Fan didn't find anything here and thought that the old sage didn't leave anything behind. Now, it seemed that the situation had changed. It was very likely that Hua Yunfei had obtained it. Where is the Kai clan? Under the ancient tree, Hua Yunfei muttered to himself as he faced the west. After hearing this, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. The other party didn't obtain the 9th secret here. However, his heart immediately sank. Hua Yunfei had arrived earlier than him, possibly 2 years earlier. It was hard to say if he had found the Kai clan during this period of time. He had such a great fortune and obtained the heaven-devouring demonic art. Now, he might even be able to obtain the 9th secret. Yi Fan frowned. It had already been 3 years. He didn't know how much this terrifying opponent had grown. He couldn't use common sense to deduce this, because he could devour the origin of others. Once he was unrestrained, an invincible demonic master would quickly grow and no one would be able to stop him. I need to cultivate while searching for the Kai clan. If he gets there before me, that would be bad. Things are not looking good. The art of 10,000 transformations could bloom flowers with a single thought and rule over the world. With the help of the 9th secret, Hua Yunfei could devour the origin of others and accumulate it to a certain extent. There would really come a day when he would be invincible under the heavens. Yi Fan counted the days. It was almost 4 months. It was time to go see Pang Bo and discuss things with him. He wanted to see if he could borrow the help of the Qishir Manor to find the Kai clan. 2 days later, Yi Fan once again arrived at the Qishir Manor. Purple clouds rose and the cliffs were magnificent. Spirit springs gurgled and the fragrance of ancient medicine wafted through the air. Tens of thousands of dragons soared into the sky. This was a place that connected the heavens and the earth. According to the agreed time and place, he quietly waited in a mountain range. Not long after, Pang Bo appeared. You broke through. The two of them said at almost the same time and then burst into laughter. He sat cross-legged on the coffin board of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree and refined the dragon marrow. With the Tao Comprehension tea leaves in his mouth, he could be said to have a godly speed. Even Pang Bo didn't dare to believe it. Yi Fan sealed 36 sparkling drops of the precious marrow in 3 white jade bottles and passed them to him. We need to quickly increase our strength. So much dragon marrow. Pang Bo was shocked and refused to accept. No need to decline. I can obtain it in the Saint Master level auction. As long as I have enough divine source, it won't be a problem. In addition, there are many ancestral dragon veins under the central prefecture. In the future, I will go underground to search for them. There won't be a lack of them. Maybe I can find the dream divine marrow. Pang Bo thought of something and said, the second beauty of the central prefecture, Princess Yuling of the Jiuli God dynasty. She is said to have a beauty that captivates even the birds and beasts. Not long ago, she visited a geomaster. They seemed to have discovered a super ancestral vein. Geomasters were eccentric people who studied the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth. If one wanted to enter the underground dragon vein to search for rare marrow, they could not do without such powerful people. Yi Fan nodded and said, I also heard that it is an ancient mine. It might contain the dream divine marrow and is guarded by a powerful being. Rumor has it that 3 powerhouses have fallen there and countless other experts have died. After a period of time, when I am free, I will come down and take a look. Xiao Chen was very confident in the Origin Heavenly Book. The so-called geomaster observing technique was very similar to the earth observing technique that he had learned. The two could be said to be interlinked. Furthermore, he had heard rumors that one of the 5 Yuan Taoist masters of the Eastern Wasteland had encountered an inauspicious event in his later years. He had traveled through the void and arrived in the central prefecture. Perhaps he could find some clues about him in this land and learn whether he had escaped his fate in the end. You must be careful. The beings guarding the ancestral roots are all inconceivable. They are even more terrifying than the immemorial life forms, Pang Bo reminded him. Yi Fan nodded. Then, he began to talk about his recent experiences. He asked Pang Bo to help him gather information on the Kai clan and the unique scholar residence to see if there were any clues. The unique scholar residence had an ancient inheritance. It possessed countless books and records about the origins of the various sects in the world. It was very likely that they would be able to find the whereabouts of the 9 secrets. Hua Yunfei has appeared again. When the time comes, I will go with you to kill him. Pang Bo nodded. I hope he did not obtain the 9 secrets. Otherwise, it will be very bad, Yi Fan said. Oh, right. Pang Bo frowned and began to talk about the matter of Baihua. Li Heishui had been severely injured and almost died. What? Yi Fan was furious. Li Heishui had been very kind to him. Back when they were gambling on stones in the Divine City, he had accompanied him and helped him greatly. Pang Bo said, I wanted to kill those people, but Li Heishui and the others wouldn't let me. They were afraid that I would be in danger if I was exposed in the Unique Scholar Residence. The Unique Scholar Residence had Wang Ting overseeing it. He suppressed everyone in the younger generation and made it hard for them to breathe. If Pang Bo knew about the relationship between Yi Fan and Pang Bo, he would definitely be in big trouble. That's right. Don't be impulsive. I still hope that you can endure and find the ancient starry sky path to the outer realm. Just leave it to me. Li Heishui was seriously injured and only recovered after a month. Jiang Huiran and the others were also injured. I felt very suffocated and couldn't help but attack a few times. Pang Bo pounded his fist. Who else attacked? I'll kill them one by one. Yi Fan's tone was firm and full of killing intent. Who else could it be? The saintess of the Yin Yang sect attracted 8 or 9 people. There's also Yan Yunwan. They attacked Li Heishui and the others together and injured them. They're tired of living. I'll wait outside the Unique Scholar Residence for them to come out. None of them will live. Yi Fan knew that these people were definitely targeting him. They must have found out about his relationship with them. Many of Li Heishui's bones were broken. He can only walk now. Pang Bo said hatefully. Okay, I'll wait for them to come out. You can go back now and help me collect information, said Yi Fan. Not long after, Yi Fan arrived outside the Unique Scholar Residence. He waited in front of the mountain and muttered to himself, I'll kill one person if they come out. I'll kill a pair if they come out. He held a scroll in his hand. There were a total of 11 people on it. They had all attacked Li Heishui and almost crippled him. Chapter 6:12. Although the Unique Warrior Manor was less than 1,000 miles in circumference, it was majestic and divine. It was one of the secret grounds of the Central Prefecture. Yi Fan waited outside for a few days and occasionally saw people entering and exiting. However, he didn't see the Holy Maiden or Yan Yunwan. There were a total of 11 people in the painting in his hand. These experts were from the Central Prefecture, the Southern Mountain Range, and the Western Desert. All of them had acted against Li Heishui, humiliating him to the extreme, breaking his ribs and legs. Yi Fan waited for 3 days and finally saw a target appear. This person matched the man in the painting. However, he didn't act rashly in case he alerted the enemy. On the 4th day, Pang Bo sent him a message. The disciples of the manor were about to undergo the so-called tempering exercise. If there were no accidents, the Holy Maiden and Yan Yunwan would accompany them. Good, let's take this chance to capture them all in one fell swoop. Since they humiliated Li Heishui so much, I shall settle this once and for all. Yi Fan's aura was ethereal. With a flick of his sleeves, he drifted away. 5 days later, a group of people walked out of the Unique Warrior Manor. The person in the lead was none other than Yan Yunwan. He was a demon-level genius in the manor and was extremely powerful. However, he was almost killed by Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation. The beast we have to kill is an old snake that has cultivated for 900 years. Although it hasn't taken human form, its strength is at the first level of immortal foundation. The difficulty is too high. With so many of us, I don't believe we can't deal with it. Over 5,000 miles away, an old snake appeared in a mountain valley. The miasma there was extremely dense, and the bones of beasts and humans could be seen everywhere. There was a mutated beast that had lived here for 900 years and had finally reached a certain level of cultivation. It walked the path of a beast king and had never attempted to take human form. Recently, it had been wreaking havoc everywhere. The disciples of the Unique Warrior Manor were sent to eliminate it. These people were about 40 miles away from the Unique Warrior Manor. In front of them was a vast piece of land. There were many rocks on the ground, but there was very little vegetation. This is Yi Zhaotian's territory. Who would have thought that he was Yi Fan? It's too bad we missed our chance to kill him. I'm sure he won't live long. Offending Wang Teng, who is blessed by the heavens, won't end well for him. It's a pity that I can't kill him with my own hands. Humiliatingly, He Shui and the others still can't vent the anger in my heart. These people passed by this area and discussed softly. They were all hostile towards Yi Fan and didn't have a good impression of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered together. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. There were no terrifying fluctuations, nor was there any powerful aura, but it made one's heart tremble, blocking their path. A 16 or 17-year-old youth dressed in purple stood with his hands behind his back, blocking everyone's path. There was a trace of a cold smile on his face. Who are you? What do you want? A young man stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. I want to kill all of you. Yi Fan paused for a moment before spitting out these 6 words. Someone immediately laughed out loud. They had never heard of someone daring to face so many geniuses alone. They were all elites of the 5 great regions, inheritors of great sections. Did you eat immortal gall, or did you eat the wrong medicine? How dare you boast like this? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? What a reckless thing. Don't you even look at the almanac before going out? Did you go the wrong way? You even dare to kill us? Many people didn't take it seriously. There weren't many people in the same generation who dared to be so arrogant. The person in front of them was only 16 or 17 years old. He's Yi Fan. Yan Yunluan suddenly said. That's right, he's that monster from the eastern wasteland. The Yin-Yang Saintess also revealed a serious expression. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately quieted down. Those who had been talking all shut their mouths. The Eastern Wasteland's killing star had arrived, and the main character had blocked their path. Not long ago, they had received many benefits from the Yin-Yang Saintess. Under her instigation, they had crushed many of Li Heishui's bones and ruthlessly humiliated him. However, they still didn't feel at ease. Yi Fan sneered. His 100 meridians flowed with saint blood. A thick golden blood energy rushed into the sky from the top of his head and swept over everyone. I don't understand. Some of you don't know me. Why did you attack Li Heishui? He asked in a deep voice. Yi Fan, you made everyone your enemy. We couldn't stand it and attacked him. What can you do? A monk with a golden band bound his hair. There were a few knife scars on his face and his expression was very cold. You're just a wild monk. You don't have the compassion of a monk and hurt the innocent. In a moment, I'll send you to the Buddha to repent. Yi Fan walked forward. It's better for me to send you to the afterlife. The knife scars on Ku Tuchuo's face trembled slightly, appearing somewhat fierce. One look and I can tell you're a wild monk. Don't tell me you're an abandoned disciple that was chased out of an ancient temple in the western desert? Yi Fan smiled. You're courting death. I'll send you to hell to seek Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva in a moment. Ku Tuchuo's hair was disheveled as he shouted loudly as if his sore spot had been touched. With such a strong person standing out, the others weren't afraid anymore. They all prepared for battle and took out their magic treasures to protect themselves. Yan Yunluan was the leader among them, so he naturally stood at the front. Last time, he tried to kill Yi Fan during his tribulation, but he didn't expect to be struck to death instead. Not only did he fail to break through, but he was also almost crippled. He cultivated for close to half a year before breaking through again. He displayed an incomparable constitution and monstrous talent in cultivation. Yi Zhaotian, do you dare to fight me fair and square today? You can't. Yi Fan glanced at him. Just 3 words of evaluation caused Yan Yunluan's expression to change. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Everyone, what are we waiting for? This is a rare opportunity. Let's join hands to kill him and take away the source root of all things. The saintess of the Yin-Yang school transmitted her voice. Her hair was like clouds, and she was beautiful like a flower and the moon. However, she kept sneering. Now that they had met, it was impossible for her to say that she wasn't afraid. However, she didn't have any other choice. She could only contact everyone to attack together. Otherwise, she would die without a doubt. I killed the previous saint and saintess of your Yin-Yang school. You, a saintess in waiting, still don't remember. This time, everything happened because of you. Today, I'll give your old leader a big gift and take your head. Everyone, let's kill him together. Someone else shouted. Now that Yifan's name had shaken the region, apart from monstrous geniuses, no one dared to fight him alone. There's no need to be afraid. Cut off his head. So what if he has a saint body? There are so many of us, it's enough to kill him. A scholar in white stood out with a sinister look in his eyes. He took out a 5-colored stone and smashed it towards Yifan. They had no other choice but to work together. Otherwise, fighting alone would definitely be disastrous. Humph. Yifan snorted coldly. He left behind an afterimage where he originally was. A golden fist smashed apart the 5-colored stone and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Not good, retreat. The others cried out. They each took out their magic treasures and attacked Yifan to save the white-clothed scholar from danger. However, everything was too late. Yifan intentionally gave them a show of strength. The row word art was unparalleled under the heavens. It arrived in an instant, and his golden fist broke through the divine force barrier as easily as shattering glass. Pfft! Yifan's fist pierced through the white-clothed scholar's chest. With a light shake, his body split apart and fell in all directions. However, his purple clothes weren't stained with blood as he stood there. A large net that was as red as a cloud and raging with flames descended from the sky towards Yifan. A 5-colored feather fan gently shook. Mountains collapsed and seas roared. 5-colored divine light submerged heaven and earth. A large bell shook forcefully, shattering the vacuum. Tens of thousands of bell waves surged over. This part of the world was almost boiling. Everyone attacked together, attacking Yifan at the same time. They didn't want to give him the slightest chance. Otherwise, everyone present would die. However, the battle was extremely disadvantageous to them. Yifan was unstoppable as he faced their magic treasures head-on. Rip! The red net was like a sky full of stars. It flickered with brilliance as it shattered in the void. Clang! The silver bell and golden fist collided, sending out tens of thousands of bell waves. But in the end, the bell shattered into a dozen pieces and fell from the sky. Ah! Finally, another person let out a miserable scream as he was smashed into meat paste by Yifan. What happened? Is that Yi Zhoutian? He's trying to kill Yan Yunluan, the Yin-Yang Holy Maiden, and the others. Some people appeared in the distance with shocked expressions. This place was less than 40 miles away from the Qishir Manor. People would occasionally pass by and naturally see the battle here. The Eastern Wastelands monster is here. Ever since Yifan's identity had been exposed, everyone had been guessing when he would come again. Who would have thought this day would come so quickly? Almost all the young experts of the 5 great regions have entered the Qishir Manor. Only he hasn't come. Now that he's finally here, let's see who's strong and who's weak. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people appeared in the distance. They were all watching the battle. Pow! Yifan waved his golden palm, slapping another expert to death. This time, the people surrounding him all felt fear in their hearts. Many of them wanted to retreat. Finally, someone couldn't endure this kind of torment and fled into the distance. After the first, there was a second and a third. Who dares to run? Yifan held the myriad slayer's bow and pulled the bowstring back. It was like a full moon as his strength rose to the peak of the 8-limit domain. A golden rainbow shot out, traversing several miles and catching up to its target. With a pft, a string of blood blossomed as that person turned into a bloody mist on the spot. Immediately after, the second arrow was shot out. Another golden light flew up and caught up to another person. There was another soft sound as flesh and broken bones exploded. That person died a violent death. Yifan fired 3 arrows in a row. The first 3 people to escape were all killed. Their bodies shattered in the void. One could imagine the terrifying power. 1 arrow to kill a saint. In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. This kind of battle strength was terrifying. Apart from those few people, who else in the younger generation could compete with him? Everyone, don't run. Fight him to the death. This place is very close to the Cheshire Manor. The North Arch will soon receive the news and kill him personally. Yin Yang's Saint Lady shouted. If they scattered now, no one would survive. I'll send you on your way first. A trace of coldness hung on the corner of Yifan's mouth. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at this reserved Saint Lady. Her beautiful face immediately changed. Swish. An arrow flew out. It was as swift and sharp as a golden snake. With a pft, a flower of blood bloomed on Yin Yang's Saint Lady's forehead as the arrow penetrated through. A beautiful face was stained with specks of blood. The light in her eyes dimmed. She lost her life and slowly fell to the ground. Don't kill us, spare us. This has nothing to do with us. We were only invited and didn't make a move. Apart from Yan Yunhuan and that itinerant monk, everyone else was begging for mercy with terrified expressions. No one wasn't afraid of death, especially when facing someone like Yifan. Chapter 613. Yifan had killed Saint Child level figures in succession, and he even killed the Yin Yang Saintess with an arrow, causing her to die through her forehead. The others all felt fear. No one didn't fear death and admitted defeat. Face and dignity couldn't compare to life. As long as they could live, what harm was there in lowering their stance and repenting? They still wanted to see the sun rise and set, not wishing to be erased from this world. All of you, move to the side. Yifan swept his eyes over them, staring at Yan Yunhuan and that itinerant monk. Surnamed Yi, don't think that you are unrivaled under the heavens. This Buddha has always wanted to send you to the afterlife. Ku itinerant pressed forward. The scar on his face throbbed, making him look extremely sinister. Send me to the afterlife? It's better if I let you become nothing. Yifan leapt up, rushing over like a dragon. His hand formed the true dragon imprint, striking down. The itinerant monk shouted loudly, chanting an ancient scripture. His body released endless light, and like a Vajra, his 6-jong golden body struck forward with the alms bowl in his hand. Dang! The violet gold alms bowl shook violently, as if a great bell was ringing. 10,000 sound waves surged, and the great earth became like a vast ocean. Earth and stone rose and fell like a tsunami, sweeping high into the sky. What kind of background does this itinerant monk have? He can block a divine body attack. Someone in the distance was shocked. I have the Vajra unbreakable body. Let's see how you injure me. Ku itinerant shouted. The alms bowl in his hand released purple radiance, and his aura flourished even more as he struck forward. Not to mention a hairy monk like you, even if an arhat came, I would still be able to smash it. A thick blood energy rushed out from the crown of Yifan's head, piercing through the clouds. His entire body shone like the 9 transformations' golden body. Divine radiance flourished, and every inch of his flesh contained destructive power. He extended his arms and legs, about to crush the void. Dang! Yifan's movements were bold and unconstrained. Every move he made could uproot a mountain, striking the violet gold alms bowl until it wailed. The Buddhist magical treasure couldn't hold on any longer. Amitba! The itinerant monk roared loudly. His 6-jong golden body swayed, and like a lion, he released a tsunami-like sound. Fearless lion imprint. He transformed into a divine lion. With a loud roar, even the mountain ranges on the horizon trembled. Profound magical imprints were sent out, colliding endlessly with Yifan's dragon imprint. Pooh! The itinerant monk coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body flew backward. Even the Buddhist invincible Vajra body could not block Yifan's physical attack. It was simply not enough. However, the people in the distance were shocked. How many people in this world dared to compete with Yi Fan's physical body? This itinerant monk's courage was praiseworthy, and his Vajra body was terrifying. This itinerant monk probably has a great background. He most likely came from a temple. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to cultivate such a physical body. In the Western Desert, there are many ancient temples. There are many branches of Buddhism, some of which are unfathomably deep. He is most likely a descendant of one of these ancient temples. Now, people were no longer talking about how strong the divine body was. Instead, they were comparing who could last longer under his body. Yi Fan, the first time, you injured me with the 1,000 Slayers' bow. The second time, I was defeated by your heavenly tribulation. Today, let me see your true abilities. Yan Yunluan shouted. He opened his mouth and spat out a rainbow, which transformed into a 5-colored feather fan in his palm. There were rock feathers and phoenix feathers on it, flickering with 5 different colors. Boom! Yan Yunluan fanned with force, and a red light rushed out of the 5-colored feather fan, submerging the surrounding several li on the spot. A deep abyss immediately appeared, and endless flames burned. In the distance, the people were shocked. What kind of treasured fan was this? With a single fanning, it burned a huge valley on the ground. Magma surged, and the scene was horrifying. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan felt a wave of heat. The ground within a li of him sunk and was burnt to a crisp. If it was any other cultivator from the dragon transformation realm, they would definitely have been turned into ashes. Boom! Yan Yunluan fanned again, and a green light rushed out of the 5-colored feather fan. In the blink of an eye, mountains collapsed and seas roared. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the ground was cut down by hundreds of zhang. Moreover, the void was torn open one after another, pitch black holes everywhere. There were storms everywhere, crazy winds like a sea. Yi Fan flew out more than 10 li. His clothes were tattered, and his body was hit by many wind blades. When they came into contact with his body, the sound of metal clanging could be heard. This fan was a secret treasure, everyone thought. If it wasn't for the divine body, other people in the dragon transformation realm would have long been cut into pieces. The treasures of evildoers are indeed rare treasures. Even divine lord-level characters are tempted. Boom! Yan Yunluan waved the treasured fan for the 3rd time, and a pitch-black river rushed out, rushing towards Yi Fan. The Yin energy was terrifying, and it could melt all things. Lunar true water. Everyone was shocked. Yan Yunluan's 3rd fan swept out with the lunar true power. The great river overflowed, and black water filled the sky, corroding everything in the world. You're not done yet. Yi Fan shouted. A vast golden divine sea appeared beneath his feet, and a blue lotus accompanied him. He rushed forward with the others. Divine body phenomenon. Everyone's eyes widened. The divine body phenomenon was the most mysterious, and it could restrain the strange phenomena of others. It was unfathomable since ancient times, and there was no one who didn't want to see it for themselves. The lunar true water was blocked by the golden divine sea. Yi Fan was like a war god as he rushed out more than 10 li, returning to the battlefield. He raised his fists and smashed them down. Boom! Yan Yunluan waved the treasured fan for the 4th time. The void was filled with vitality. Endless ancient trees appeared, and all sorts of vines turned into great dragons that twisted about. In all directions, all of the essence energy was sucked dry. The world dimmed, and the energy of plants became rich, forming Tao diagrams that refined Yi Fan. Voila! At Yi Fan's side, the blue lotus gently swayed. All of the plants withered, and endless essence energy was sucked out, merging into the lotus. His phenomenon appeared, and no techniques touched his body. All attacks were dissolved. Yi Fan's golden fist pierced through the world, smashing towards Yan Yunluan. Kacha! An ancient shield shattered, and more than 10 flying swords snapped inch by inch. All of the magic treasures were turned to powder by his golden fist. Pooh! Yan Yunluan spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew back several li before stabilizing himself. If not for the five-colored fan blocking for a moment, he would have most likely been smashed apart. Is this the honorable battle you wanted? It's just a so-so. Yi Fan loudly said. Yan Yunluan's face was burning hot. He had been defeated again and again. This was something that a genius who had grown up surrounded by a halo of light could not accept. To him, this was a type of humiliation. Kung! Clear splendor flashed. A set of bronze battle clothes appeared in front of him. With chong-chong sounds, it automatically attached itself to his body. A bronze spear appeared in his hands. Chi! The five-colored fan turned into a ball of light and imprinted itself on the spear blade. The bronze spear became more and more terrifying, as if it was a demonic weapon that came from hell. A weapon that only a peak divine lord can refine. Many people cried out in shock. Your weapon isn't bad. I'll accept your kindness. Yi Fan said. Kill. Yan Yunluan shouted loudly. Like a bronze divine spirit, he brandished the heavenly spear and slaughtered his way forward. The bronze spear shattered great emperors and split the heavens. A green radiance hundreds of zhang long shot out. Chong, Chong, Yi Fan's golden palm and fingers collided with the spear. Sparks flew in all directions. This bronze weapon was extremely terrifying. It possessed an undying sharpness and was extremely difficult to break. Moreover, when it was brandished, woo-woo sounds continuously rang out. Strand after strand of the power of natural laws were produced to refine Yi Fan, making him feel a type of pressure. However, his flesh was rarely seen in this world and couldn't be injured by blades. Moreover, each time his finger moved, a tremendous wave of power would be transmitted outwards, blasting Yan Yunluan's mouth until it ruptured. Slowly, Yi Fan's power suppressed the bronze spear. Even though the formations on it were mysterious and unfathomable, they couldn't injure him. They were almost completely sealed by his golden flesh. The power of natural laws were obstructed, and the sharpness couldn't injure the divine body either. Yan Yunluan was in a dangerous situation and his life was about to be threatened. The bronze heavenly spear was almost seized several times. Amitabha Buddha. Tuchuo also rushed over murderously again. The violet gold alms bowl descended like a violet gold mountain. It smashed towards Yi Fan's head and surged with endless Buddhist radiance. In addition, a great ping flew out and grabbed towards Yi Fan. Break for me. Yi Fan released a light shout. The sky overturning imprint struck out, blasting that Peking apart. At the same time, the violet gold alms bowl flew into the horizon and almost disappeared into the clouds. The monster Yan Yunluan and a mysterious expert like Ku Tuchuo couldn't defeat the divine body even after working together. Everyone sighed helplessly. Yi Fan's rise was already unstoppable. A monster like Yan Yunluan could fight several realms higher. Yan Yunluan had just broken through and could already fight supreme elders of holy lands, but now he was being suppressed. Tuchuo seemed to be a bit stronger, but it was still useless. He couldn't suppress Yi Fan and was instead forced into a dead end. Pow! After 120 moves, Yi Fan used the void palm imprint and struck Yan Yunluan through the bronze battle armor, causing him to cough up blood. Dang! After 140 moves, Yi Fan's sky overturning imprint landed on the violet gold alms bowl and sent Ku Tuchuo flying hundreds of meters away. One of the bones in his arm was broken. This is the Eastern Wastelands monster. People could only exclaim like this. The battle between the three became more and more intense. Those who hadn't attacked because of Yi Fan's power glanced at each other and rushed in all directions, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Let's see which one of you dares to leave, shouted Yi Fan. Those people trembled, but they didn't stop. They rushed into the distance. Bang! Bang! Yi Fan used the man-ruler seal and sky overturning imprint. The sky trembled, and Yan Yunluan and Tuchuo were both sent flying. Blood appeared at the corner of their mouths as they clenched their teeth. He took out the Thousand Slayers bow again. His expression was cold as he continuously pulled the bow. His battle prowess rose to the 8-limit realm. He was like an eternal god that illuminated the sky. The bowstring moved, and several arrows flew out one after another. They tore through the sky for dozens of miles and all hit their targets. Flowers of blood bloomed in different directions. The saint children were all killed. Their bodies split into several pieces and fell to the ground. I personally broke that black brat's limbs and crushed his sternum. What can you do to me? If you have the ability, kill me too, said Tuchuo coldly. Yi Fan's expression was cold. I'll make you lose everything now. With each step he took, and like a dragon in the clouds, he arrived in front of Tuchuo and Yan Yunhuan. He formed a seal and attacked. Ah! Suddenly, Ku Tuchuo let out a loud roar, and a Buddha appeared behind him. The Buddha's voice echoed out from its mouth. All of this was too sudden. The world seemed to be destroyed, and there was a world-splitting aura that rushed into the top of Yi Fan's head. Everything was born and destroyed. A small world was evolving, and nothing existed. Only the ancient Buddha uttered the word, ah. On the side, Yan Yunhuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. A bloody mark appeared between his eyebrows, and his body shook violently. If it weren't for the bronze battle armor, he would most likely be shattered. Not far away, the only person who didn't escape turned into dust under this mysterious ancient sound, no longer existing. Quang Dang. Yi Fan was momentarily absent-minded. The purple gold alms bowl shone brightly, swallowing heaven and earth. It sucked him in and sealed him within. In the distance, it was absolutely silent. Everyone was shaken. What kind of ancient sound was this? It turned a person in the third dragon transformation into dust, and it made a monster like Yan Yunhuan's body crack apart. Amitba, I said I would ferry you from the afterlife, so I will. Ku Tuchuo laughed coldly. The crack on Yan Yunhuan's forehead recovered, and he found it hard to calm down. He asked, Great Master, what kind of ancient sound is this? If it weren't for the protection of the bronze battle armor, he would have been in danger just now. A part of his body would most likely have been obliterated. This is my Buddhism's supreme 6-syllable mantra. As long as one's magical power is strong enough, they can subdue all experts in the world, said Tuchuo. In the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. Buddhism's 6-syllable mantra, Ah, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mi, Hum, was a supreme holy technique that could subdue deities in the heavens. There were many temples in the western desert, but only the most ancient holy temples each possessed a single word of the mantra. It was difficult to gather all of them, and some of them had already been lost forever. This Tuchuo definitely has a great background. Only those source ancient temples each grasped a type of mantra. In the distance, there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. The legendary 6-syllable ancient sound had the power to split apart the heavens and earth. It was endlessly profound and supreme. It contained the universe's great power, great wisdom, and great compassion. Hum, the Tuchuo chanted the heavenly sound, continuously supporting the purple gold alms bowl. He wanted to use this type of mantra to dissolve Yi Fan and extinguish his body and soul. Tens of thousands of layers of Buddhist light drowned out the void. He sat cross-legged here, using the supreme holy technique of Buddhism to form Yi Fan's figure and refine his soul. Dang, dang, suddenly, the purple gold alms bowl violently shook, shaking the skies. Cracks appeared one after another, and it was on the verge of breaking apart. This was a Buddhist treasure refined by a peak holy lord level divine monk, yet it couldn't withstand the terrifying power and was about to be broken apart. Pung! With one final violent tremor, the alms bowl was broken into pieces. Yi Fan's body erupted with golden light as he struck out. He was using the battle saint art. Hum! The Tuchuo roared, using this source mantra to suppress Yi Fan. You have the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra, and I have the Taoist 9 supreme secrets. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. Yi Fan shouted. Everyone was stunned. Even though many people had already guessed that Yi Fan grasped 1 or 2 of the 9 secrets, this was the first time they heard him admit it. He used the battle character secret. His hands moved about, resonating with the universe. His body turned into the shape of a dragon, crushing the Buddhist sound as he charged forward. Pooh! The Tuchuo was cut in half. Blood sprayed out, and he was extremely unwilling. What a pity, the victorious fighting Buddha disappeared in seclusion, and the hum mantra was lost. I only obtained half. In the distant skies, there was a great commotion. Everyone was shocked. There was still a Buddha in the western desert, a saint in this world. Pooh! Yi Fan used the battle character secret. His body curved like a true dragon, turning into the yin and yang dividing line of the Taiji diagram. He rushed forward, and with a wave of his right hand, Yan Yunluan's head was cut off. Chapter 6:14. The western desert's mysterious itinerant monk's body was cut into two, his life hanging by a thread. Yan Yunluan's head was removed, and he was about to die. This was a scene dyed in blood. After Yi Fan turned into a dragon-shaped Dao mark, the two great experts both suffered grievances. They couldn't stop the yin-yang dividing line of the Taiji diagram. Yi Fan held Yan Yunluan's head with one hand, and his other hand turned into a golden heavenly monument. He suppressed the upper half of the itinerant monk's body and placed it in the middle of the battlefield. Here, one could hear a pin drop. Blood flowed, falling drop by drop. It was like the sound of the yellow springs. Two great experts were suppressed by a single person, and their bodies were broken. It was a scene that made people's hearts tremble. In the distance, everyone was silent. Yi Fan displayed the battle character in the end, destroying everything in its path. His methods were so powerful that it made them feel suffocated. It was too terrifying. Only after a long time had passed did someone speak. They began to discuss in low voices, and their hearts were filled with shock. The legendary battle character of the 9 secrets, in his hands, it can deduce the heavenly battle skills and display all battle techniques. Unfortunately, Ku Tuchuo's 2 mantra is incomplete and cannot compete with the Taoist's battle character. The Buddhist 6-word mantra will definitely reappear in the world. In the future, it will most likely compete with the Taoist 9 secrets. Yi Fan stared at the itinerant monk and said, "What is going on with the sacred battle Buddha? What is his background?" This was the answer the others wanted to know as well. After the desolate antiquity era, Buddhism actually had an ancient Buddha. As expected, their foundations were unimaginably powerful. Ku Tuchuo didn't reply. He was extremely unwilling, but he didn't say a single word. The incomplete 2 mantra made him feel depressed. "If you don't speak, then I'll make your body empty and your death empty. Stop." Suddenly, a loud shout sounded from the distance. 2 elders flew over and stared at Yan Yunluan's head in Yi Fan's hands. They revealed a horrified expression. "Let go of Yan Yunluan." The other person shouted, his face full of shock. They were Yan Yunluan's protectors, but normally, they weren't always together. Now that they knew they were late, their expressions changed. "Do you think I'll let go just because you say so?" Yi Fan didn't care. "Stop. Let go of Yunluan." The 2 of them rushed forward. "What if I don't stop?" Yi Fan asked. "If you dare to touch Yunluan, you will not have a good ending. The Yen tribe will not let you go. I hate being threatened." Yi Fan directly interrupted their words, and with a bang, he smashed Yan Yunluan's head with a finger. It was as simple as smashing a walnut. "You. I'll kill you." Their faces were as white as snow, without a trace of blood. Their hearts felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. Yi Fan was fearless. He did not fear any holy land or divine dynasty. He killed Yan Yunluan cleanly. "Yunluan. Yi brat, hand over your life." The 2 from the Yen clan pounced over. Their hair was messy and they seemed to have gone mad. "Since you miss him so much, then follow him and reunite with him." Yi Fan kept Yan Yunluan's bronze battle armor and sky dagger axe. "Kill." The 2 experts rushed over. In front of a beautiful mountain in the Qishir mansion, 2 young men hesitated. They stood outside Wang Ting's cave, not daring to disturb him. "Who's outside?" "Come in." A calm voice was heard. The stone door rumbled open, and a dense mist rushed out. It was colorful and celestial. The two young men nervously walked in. In the cave, a man sat cross-legged on a mysterious jade bed. His hair was thick and black, and there were countless stars in his eyes. He was unfathomable. "Greetings, Brother Wang," one of them said with a trembling voice. One of them spoke with a trembling voice. The pressure that this man gave him was even greater than that of his ancestor. "What do you want?" Wang Ting calmly asked. "Holy Fiziki Fan has appeared." One of them quickly explained what had happened outside. However, after a long time, Wang Ting did not say anything. The two looked at each other in dismay. "Brother Wang, I know." Wang Ting only said a few words. He had no intention of attacking. He used the 9 secrets, using the fighting symbol art to defeat Yan Yunhuan, as well as a monk. The Buddhist tortoise mantra also appeared. One of them spoke of this information. "Is that so?" 9 secrets. Wang Ting's eyes became illusory. A streak of divine light rushed out from the crown of his head. A golden ancient war chariot rumbled as it appeared. The divine light turned into a majestic and imposing figure. His entire body was surrounded by golden light that rushed into the heavens. On his back was a holy sword. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into this world as he stood on the war chariot. Apart from this, divine light shone resplendently in his surroundings. There were 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises. They flickered with dazzling radiance, forming 4 images that surrounded him. "Lead the way." This figure released a light shout that shook the skies. The two youngsters discovered that they were already standing on the war chariot. They had long rushed out of the cave and flew into the sky. The two of them couldn't help but tremble. Wang Ting's incarnation was already this powerful. As it stood on the golden ancient war chariot, dragons and phoenixes cried out in harmony, white tigers roared into the sky, and black tortoises raised the sea. Golden light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, shining resplendently. It was as if an ancient emperor was patrolling the skies. "It's Wang Ting." Wang Ting drove the war chariot out. This is an incarnation with the imperial sword on his back. Who is he going to kill? Could it be that he is going to fight against the Middle Emperor? Within the unique scholar manor, there were many beautiful mountain peaks. Many people saw this scene and were incomparably shocked. One after another, figures rushed out and followed. Wang Ting's every move was closely watched. His incarnation naturally attracted many people's attention as they tailed him. "He is going to kill the Eastern Wastelands monster." "What?" The Saint Fiziki fan appeared again. "He is fighting in the distance. This time, he is most likely in danger. The 9 secrets have appeared. Wang Ting is determined to collect all 9 secrets of Taoism and cultivate them all. No wonder he wants to personally take action." Along the way, there were many figures. Hundreds of people followed. More than half of the unique scholar manor's people were alarmed. They all wanted to see the North Emperor's glory. The 9 secrets had appeared, and the North Emperor had come out of seclusion. The golden war chariot was as fast as lightning. Along the way, dragons and phoenixes cried out, and white tigers illuminated the sky. It was a splendid and majestic scene. However, by the time the chariot arrived, the battlefield had already calmed down. Everything was over. The 2 experts guarding Yan Yunhuan had been defeated, and Yi Fan had left for a long time. Ku Tuchuo had also died, leaving behind only a corner of his tattered monastic robe. All the experts had been killed by Yi Fan. Not a single one of them had escaped. "What a pity, we missed it again." Some people felt regretful. It was rare to see Wang Ting come out of seclusion, but they couldn't see his invincible glory. Yi Fan didn't know any of this. He was already 1,000 miles away. After saying goodbye to Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others, he wasn't worried about their safety. The second greatest bandit of the north hadn't come out of the central continent recently. He had once appeared at the unique Scholar Manor with the heaven-devouring devil jar. He might not interfere with the younger generation's competition, but if someone wanted to take their lives, the living fossil would definitely not agree. It's more than 300,000 miles away. It's not that far. Let's meet often. Yi Fan said goodbye to them and headed west. It had to be said that the unique Scholar Manor was very mysterious. There were all kinds of ancient books, and Pang Bo had found a lot of information for him. Now, he could roughly guess the range. 10,000 years ago, there was a flourishing Kai clan in the central continent. They had a long inheritance and a terrifying foundation. It was suspected that they had grasped one of the 9 secrets, but they were destroyed in a single night. The 9 secrets originated from the eastern wasteland and were broken up. One of them actually ended up in the central continent, but the others seemed to have lost their inheritance. However, what made Yi Fan's heart uneasy was the collapse of the Kai clan. Just who was it that could destroy an ancient clan that was not much weaker than the Divine Dynasty? All the ancient books back then didn't have a clear conclusion because there was no evidence or clues. It was a case without a clue. Yi Fan flipped through the information and found that there was no conclusion at that time. But after thousands of years, there were many speculations and different viewpoints. Some said that it was the great Xia Divine Dynasty who used the extreme divine might of the Tai sovereign sword to annihilate the Kai clan. Others said that the Jiuli Divine Dynasty used an extreme Dao weapon to refine this ancient inheritance. Others said that it was someone from the eastern wasteland who appeared with an extreme Dao weapon. In order to retrieve the 9 secrets, they erased the Kai clan without leaving any traces. There were even some who said that it was the work of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Mount Meru was mysterious and unfathomable. It was overseen by an unworldly being that could do all this. The victorious fighting Buddha? No, the time doesn't match. Afterwards, Yi Fan saw many more speculations, and all of them were very reasonable. It really has become a historical case. It's difficult to see through. Finally, Yi Fan saw a piece of unofficial history sandwiched between the piles of information. There was a shocking conclusion inside that was completely different from the previous viewpoints. It wasn't a group of people killing, but a single person destroying an immortal inheritance with a flick of his finger from 10,000 miles away. After reading up to this point, Yi Fan shivered. With the power of a single person, an ancient family was wiped out with a flick of his finger? This was too shocking. One had to know that the Kai clan back then wasn't much weaker than the Divine Dynasty. This piece of unofficial history didn't specify who it was, but it vaguely pointed to one person. From ancient times until now, there were only a few people with such terrifying combat strength. And in that era, it was obvious. Azure Emperor. 10,000 years ago, there was a great emperor living in this world. If there really was such a person, it would be Azure Emperor without a doubt. A great emperor was involved. Just what happened back then? Was it really Azure Emperor who took action? Yi Fan was stunned. This was a shocking deduction. Why would the last great emperor of this world do such a thing? Was there some secret that was worthy of Azure Emperor taking action? All kinds of deductions, it's difficult to distinguish. He sighed. Too many years had passed, and now, everything had become a mystery. He could only make wild guesses. Traveling 30,000 miles to the west, Yi Fan came to an ancient land. He saw endless desolation, and endless ancient trees surrounded a ruin. The surroundings were lush, and primeval forests stretched on endlessly. Only this place in the center was barren, quiet and cold. This is the ruins of the Kai clan, only a few broken walls and ruins were left. Crows were entrenched, and the cries of the crows were miserable. It was a clear contrast between the former prosperity and the current desolation. A huge abyss, more than 100 miles long, passed through this barren land. Rubble and other things were at the edge of the abyss. One could imagine that the endless heavenly palaces of the past had sunk and fallen. In the past, the Kai clan's pure land was built on this great canyon, but it has sunk. Yi Fan flew high into the sky and observed with his origin divine art. In that instant, his heart shook. The abyss had no rules, and it looked incomparably terrifying. However, he cultivated an origin art that could restore the landscape and accurately predict the changes of the terrain. Light flickered in his eyes, flickering indeterminately. He repeatedly deduced and interweaved the various landforms of the past. The abyss changed continuously, and then turned into a shape with rules. It was more than 100 miles long and unfathomably deep. "This is the mark of a finger." Yi Fan almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. The 100-mile abyss seemed to have been flicked out by a finger and then erased. Was it really Azure Emperor who took action? Why did he do this? Chapter 6:15. Broken walls were everywhere, and not even a blade of grass could be seen. There was a huge abyss that was hundreds of miles long. It was pitch black, and one could not see the bottom at a glance. It was actually left by a finger. Yi Fan was stunned. Had that unofficial history really come true? A person stood 10,000 miles away, and with a point of his finger, he destroyed an ancient clan that was comparable to a celestial dynasty. Azure the Arch. The only person who proved his Tao after the Antiquity era. His origin was mysterious, and his cultivation was unfathomable. He was a mysterious the Arch who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Yi Fan experienced the terror of a demonic the Arch. He stood 10,000 miles away, and with a light flick of his finger, he destroyed an immortal inheritance. What kind of divine might was this? I think if he wanted to, it would not be a problem for him to create a fingerprint that was 10,000 miles long. The 50-mile-long gorge was very meticulous. It just happened to destroy the pure land of the Kai clan, and it did not spread out. The control of the area was very precise. The ancient the Arch was too powerful. It would not be difficult for him to wipe out a celestial dynasty with a raise of his hand. What kind of person was Azure the Arch? He was the only the Arch in the Antiquity era, and he must have been one of the most outstanding figures since ancient times. Would he wipe out an ancient clan for the 9 secrets? The 9 secrets was the highest divine art of Taoism. It was indeed tempting, but it was not enough for the Arch to do such a thing, right? Yi Fan thought about it, but he could not figure it out. Could it be that there are some unknown secrets, or that it involves the secrets of immortals? No matter how much Yi Fan thought about it, there were too few reasons for the Arch to make a move. He felt that the Kai clan must have many secrets, for even Azure the Arch to make a move. If he could find this clan, perhaps he would be able to unravel the fog of history. In the current world, apart from the Kai clan itself, there was probably no one who knew the cause and effect of the past. Yi Fan walked in the ruins and did not find anything. Who knew how many people had come here to pay their respects in the past 10,000 years? Even if there were any clues, they would not be left behind. He sank into the bottomless pit and felt the power of the finger. It was 10,000 feet deep, and the ground was hard and dry. Be it rocks or soil, they were all flattened. Yi Fan left with a trace of disappointment and awe. A glorious clan with a long inheritance could not block a finger from the Azure Emperor in the end. This made one sigh. According to the information Pang Bo had given him, the Kai clan had not been completely annihilated. At that time, there were still some people outside who had definitely escaped the calamity. In the past 10,000 years, several new sects had been suspected to be survivors of the Kai clan. They believed that they had changed their appearance and continued the glory of the clan. Yi Fan also believed that the race was not completely wiped out. Otherwise, how could there be an old saint? Before he died, he looked far into the west and transformed into nature. In the following days, he began a long journey of searching. The Vermilion Bird sect was a large sect that rose up 8,000 years ago. It occupied a vast area and was located in a beautiful mountain in the west of the Central Plains. This time, Yi Fan traveled through the void. Because the distance was too far, he sighed helplessly. In the past 2 months, he had been to many places, but to no avail. This mountainous area was mainly made of red earth. If there were no vegetation to cover it, it would look like a blazing inferno. The Vermilion Bird sect had been flourishing for the past few thousand years. There were many experts in the sect. This was practically Yi Fan's final target. If there were no descendants of the Kai clan, he would be at his wits' end. After a few days, Yi Fan transformed into a geomaster and wandered around the area. He learned many details. The sect had 72 spiritual peaks and over 10,000 disciples. However, he was disappointed to find that he had not heard of any special divine arts. He did not know whether they had hidden it well or if he had found the wrong place. After a few more days, Yi Fan learned that this was the result of a fallen phoenix. Its blood had dyed the mountains and rivers red, so the earth here was also red. The sect's strongest ultimate technique was known as the minor yang scripture. This is a scripture evolved from a remnant of the extreme yang scripture. He was astonished. No wonder the sect was flourishing day by day. The remnant scripture that they grasped had a great origin. Just a fifth of the extreme yang scripture was enough to allow a great sect to establish a foothold. This was enough to prove that the supreme scriptures of the immemorial era, the extreme yin and extreme yang scriptures, were extremely profound. Half a month later, Yi Fan spent a divine source and learned a secret from a disciple of the sect known as Know-It-All. The sect's founder was indeed surnamed Kai, but he did not stay for long. He left after 500 years and left everything to his disciples to manage. Brother, you're here to find the 9 secrets, right? Who knows how many people have come here in the past 8,000 years? Don't waste time. There's no one. This know-it-all patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said meaningfully. Yi Fan also smiled. It seemed like this method would not work. Many people had already used it. Let me tell you this. Our founder might really be a survivor of the Kai clan, but he did not pass down any 9 secrets. He only left behind a remnant scripture. The know-it-all said a lot. Many outstanding people had come here in the past 8,000 years, but in the end, they all left helplessly. They could not find anything. The 9 secrets were the 9 strongest divine techniques of Taoism. They contained too many secrets and incurred the jealousy of the heavens. They could not be combined. Now, they were lost everywhere and some of them were lost. Searching like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack. There would not be any clues. You're quite generous to spend a divine source to buy information. I'll tell you for free. Our founder went south. I heard he went to an ancient place called Hanchuan. Yi Fan smiled wryly. It had already been 8,000 years. It was too difficult to find clues about one person. He even suspected that the founder of the sect was that old saint who had transformed into the Tao. However, in order to obtain the 9 secrets, he could only keep searching. Even though he knew many people had walked this path, he still hoped to find precious clues. He came all the way from the west and now wanted to go to the southern part of the Central Plains. The journey was extremely long, and he could only travel through space. Fortunately, the so-called southern part was the area bordering the west and not the southernmost part. Otherwise, he would have to stare at it. He had enough mysterious jade platforms on him. By now, he knew how to carve them himself. Of course, they were the simplest ones that could only travel tens of thousands of miles. Along the way, Yi Fan traveled through space. It was impossible to count how many mysterious jade platforms he had abandoned. Finally, he arrived at Hanchuan in the southern part of the Central Plains. This area was 1,000,000 miles wide, but in the vast southern part of the Central Plains, it was only a small part. Hanchuan was a plain. There were 11 famous cities here that gathered the draconic energy of the world. Each city was extremely ancient and had flourishing fate energy. Each city was a great power. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. After searching for half a month, he had only found some clues. The Kai clan had indeed come here, but they had disappeared. In the end, he used all his methods and finally found out that the Kai clan had wanted to rise from the ashes and rebuild their glory. However, they had left in the end for unknown reasons. His next stop was in the eastern part of the Central Plains. He was close to the eastern barren territory. From south to east, he had crossed more than half of the Central Plains. If Yi Fan wanted to continue, ordinary mysterious jade platforms wouldn't do. He would have to carry a mountain on his back to be able to squander them. But now, he needed a large divine formation. The distance was too far. Are the Kai clan purposely tormenting people? First to the west, then to the south, and then to the east. Will they go to the north next time? Yi Fan felt that searching like this wouldn't work. Countless people had searched for the Kai clan's 9 secrets. Since they hadn't been passed down, it meant that most of them had failed. If he continued down this path, it would be difficult for him to succeed. I can't think like the people before me. I need to think from a different angle. Then, he began to spend the divine roots in his hands to buy information from the 3 ancient sects of the Central Plains. He wanted to find out where the 9 secrets were. The 100 Shao House, the Pavilion of Heavenly Mystery, and the Red Dust Pavilion were all ranked among the 100 sects of the Central Plains. Their origins were ancient and could be traced back to the Antiquity era. They were the most well-informed and sold information to the outside world. I can only hope that Hua Yunfei has found some clues. Yi Fan really didn't want this person to find the 9 secrets. But now, he could only start with him. Hua Yunfei had gone to the small temple before him. He most likely had more clues than him. It was possible that the old saint had left something behind. He stopped searching for the Kai clan. Instead, he began to spend a large amount of divine roots to find Hua Yunfei's traces with the help of the 3 ancient sections. First, Yi Fan issued a mission. He wanted to find out where most of the sons of the world had fallen. He knew that Hua Yunfei cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic technique. In order to devour supreme divine roots, those sons of the world were definitely his favorite targets. Very soon, a secret letter was sent over from the 100 Shao House, providing the relevant information. When he saw it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was written very simply. The area where the divine physique Yi Fan appeared was the area where most sons of the world had fallen. The Fire Demon Ridge, Qishir Manor, Immortal Mansion World, and so on were marked. Why did I end up in my own body? Luckily, the 100 Shao House sent over more detailed information. Some of the outstanding disciples of the large sects in the western part of the Central Plains had died in the past 2 years. A few outstanding figures had disappeared in the southern part of the Central Plains. A few young experts with extraordinary talent in the eastern part of the Central Plains had mysteriously disappeared. Yi Fan's heart moved. In the past 2 years, a few outstanding figures in the Central Plains had mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind many unsolved cases. However, because the area was too big, no one had noticed anything. Was it done by Hua Yunfei? But they are too scattered. There's no way to deduce his location. He drew a few circles on the map, dividing it into a dozen or so areas. All of them could be places where he had appeared. He spent a lot of time connecting the time and location of these people's deaths, arranging them into a trajectory map. Using this to deduce Hua Yunfei's whereabouts is still a bit unreliable. There are too many variables. After that, Yi Fan spent a large amount of resources to commission the 3 great ancient sects to investigate a very important link. He had to gather information on the places where the heavenly tribulation had occurred in the past 2 years. This was very difficult. Normally, those who had gone through the tribulation would find an uninhabited area where they would not be discovered. However, the 3 great ancient sects were extraordinary. They actually sent over some very valuable information. They marked out a few areas, and their words were conclusive. There were people who had gone through the tribulation. Yi Fan used this to draw another map. However, he still could not be sure. He seriously pondered over it for a very long time. This was far from enough. The world was too big. Even after combining all this information, it was still not enough to deduce where Hua Yunfei was. When Yi Fan was with the Black Emperor, he had a detailed understanding of the various characteristics of the heaven-devouring demonic technique. He knew the various problems and difficulties that would occur when cultivating it. This technique was related to the harmony of the heavens. It was a demonic path that had a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. When devouring the source of others, it was easy to incur the wrath of the heavens. It needed to be mediated with a few ancient prescriptions. Apart from the Black Emperor, the people of the Celestial Dynasty might not know of these prescriptions. There were not many people in the world who understood its use. Yi Fan listed out a few very rare spirit medicines. They were the main ingredients of the ancient prescriptions. They were not easy to find in the world. If they were sold, there should be traces of them. This piece of information was very important. Not long after, Yi Fan received a set of information from the Red Dust Pavilion. He drew another map according to the time and location of the spirit medicines. Once the heaven-devouring demonic technique is accomplished, one can devour mountains and rivers during the trial. The black hole will shatter everything. Based on what the Black Emperor had said, he issued another mission. He was to investigate the abnormal movements of the mountains and rivers in various places. He wanted to know if some regions had disappeared. Just like that, Yi Fan issued a total of 18 missions according to the various details. Each mission cost a large amount of resources. He drew 18 maps based on 18 sets of information. After that, he summarized and combined the 18 maps into one. He drew a final map that represented Hua Yunfei's movements. 5 of the regions are the most suspicious. Late at night, Yi Fan bent over the table and looked at the map. He carefully pondered and confirmed the 5 regions. Hua Yunfei, I'm coming. On the second day, Yi Fan set out and started to search. He had to go to the 5 regions one by one. This was a boring process. He spent a month and eliminated 4 of the regions. Finally, he came to the western part of the central prefecture. However, it was not the Vermilion Bird sect, but a place called the Qinling Mountains. This time, Yi Fan spent even more time. After more than a month, he finally found some clues. However, he could not confirm the final location. The Qinling Mountains was a mysterious place. There were many ancient sects, and they were all extremely powerful. However, they had no connection with the Kai clan. Most of them had existed for tens of thousands of years. However, Yi Fan found traces of Hua Yunfei in this region. It was very similar to the 18 maps he had drawn. I believe you are in this region. However, the Qinling Mountains are too vast. I can only advance slowly. I will definitely find you. Half a month later, Yi Fan passed by a small declining sect. There was no ancient city where the ancestral dragon Qi was condensed. There were only a few short mountains without any beautiful scenery. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure on one of the short mountains. She was traveling with a few disciples of this small declining sect. Li Xiaoman, it was an old friend from the other side of the starry sky. He had not seen her for almost 3 years. She was as beautiful as before. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she had an otherworldly temperament. In that instant, Yi Fan thought that Hua Yunfei was definitely here. He had found the right place. The 9 secrets must be here too. Not simple. Hua Yunfei only used 2 years to find the 9 secrets that others have been searching for 8,000 years. A declining small sect with only a few dozen disciples. Was the 9 secrets really here? Yi Fan stood in the distance and looked at Li Xiaoman. He thought about it quietly. She became a disciple of this sect. This declining small sect is probably not as bad as I thought. Chapter 6:16. The Qin mountain range was no less than 1,000,000 miles in circumference and could be said to be boundlessly vast. But relatively speaking, it was only a small corner of the western region of the central prefecture. This was a mysterious ancient land. It was very difficult for the outside world to understand it. There were many legends about experts who were extremely powerful, yet not many people knew about them. Some said that in the past, there was an ancient saint who was unrivaled under the heavens. He roamed through the 5 great regions and in the end, he was beaten to the ground by an old man who was herding sheep. Even in the recent ancient times, a similar thing happened 20,000 years ago. 8 supreme experts came to the Qin mountain range in search of the ancient past and were all thrown into the lake by a fisherman. This was an ancient land with its own unique inheritance. To the people of the outside world, it was very mysterious and shrouded in a layer of fog. The Qin mountain range spanned 1,000,000 miles and there were many mountain ranges everywhere. There was once someone who excavated the tombs of 12 ancient emperors within half a year. This land was extraordinary. After some emperors died, they would always think of ways to bury themselves in the Qin mountain range, causing people to be puzzled. Some said that this was a land connected to immortality. According to the legends, there were people who once ascended to immortality. There were even some who said that this was an incomprehensible land with many tombs underground. There were people cultivating there, seeking to verify their Daos, unknown to the outside world. There were too many secrets regarding the Qin mountain range. There were even people who claimed that the Azure Emperor was born in the Qin mountain range and only left for the eastern barren lands after that. There was a legend saying that there was an immortal transformation pool in the Qin mountain range. 30,000 years ago, an azure lotus gained sentience and transformed into a human form. After that, it grew step by step and eventually became the world-shaking Azure Emperor physique. There are many hidden experts in the Qin mountain range, and there are many tombs underground. This was the conclusion Yi Fan came to after a period of time. Although he saw Li Xiaoman, it was impossible for him to acknowledge her. Hence, he chose to stay behind and roam this ancient land, silently observing, wanting to find traces of Hua Yunfei. The declining small sect occupied 4 small mountains and had a total of only 20 people. It could be said to be pitifully small. Li Xiaoman was a disciple of one of the mountains. Yi Fan had observed them from afar and felt that something was strange. The cultivation bases of these people were all uneven. The weakest was only at the Sea of Reincarnation realm, while the strongest was at the first level of Immortal Foundation. That's not right. How could such a small declining sect have a grand elder of the Holy Land? Moreover, he discovered that there were 2 or 3 disciples who were extremely powerful. Their cultivation had reached the dragon transformation realm, and they were not any weaker than the young experts of the Qishir Manor. This was really strange. These people were all concealing their cultivation, and ordinary people would not be able to see through them at all. Only Yi Fan, who had cultivated the divine eyes of origin, could see through the falsehood and see through the source of their cultivation. It's not simple at all. There must be a reason behind it. I have to be careful. Yi Fan stayed and understood everything in detail. He learned that this declining small sect was called the Qin sect. This place was only a branch, and could also be considered an outer sect. Such a small outer sect actually has a first-level Immortal Foundation expert. He felt that this was inconceivable. The Qin sect wasn't very large, with only a little over 100 members. There were 4 branches in the north, south, east, and west, which were the so-called outer sect. The main sect was located in the center of this mountainous region, and it was only 20 to 30 li away from the north, south, east, and west branches. In this region, there were some scattered villages, and all of them were ordinary commoners. There were some naughty children who would often run up the mountain to play, and no one cared about them. One could say that this declining small sect with only 100 members didn't have any strict rules. It looked very relaxed, and didn't seem like a secret sect at all. The 9 secrets is in this small sect. In the Qin sect, the sect leader's bloodline had the surname Qin, and they seemed to have no connection with the Kai clan. The only thing that made people suspicious was that this declining small sect actually had a history of several thousand years. Compared to the mortal world, it was unknown how many dynasties had passed through. The nearby villages had no idea how long the Qin sect could be traced back. Because it was too ancient, it was as though it had existed since the era of their ancestors. Not because of the Kai surname, but a small sect with such a long history, Yi Fan was very cautious. During these few days, he had been observing. Other than Li Xiaoman's southern branch, the eastern, western, and northern branches were similar. There were experts at the first layer of Immortal Foundation, and there were 1 or 2 disciples from the Dragon Transformation secret realm. This exceeded common sense. Even for a peak-level sect, it was only at this level. With so few people, how could the number of young disciples be so high? Finally, he stealthily approached the main peak, wanting to see the strength of the main sect. Although it was called the main peak, it was actually only over 1,000 meters tall. It was 200 to 300 meters taller compared to the surrounding mountains. It didn't exude a majestic aura, nor did it exude any majestic aura. It was extremely ordinary and ordinary. In fact, it was somewhat similar to the small Taoist temple where the old sage was. It looked ordinary and ordinary, but there was a hint of returning to one's natural state. Not long after, Yi Fan's heart pounded. He discovered a supreme existence meditating in front of the main peak, not moving at all. Is this really a small sect? I just arrived at the main peak and I already saw a supreme existence. He was astonished. There was a stretch of buildings on this small mountain. Could there be even more powerful characters, or even a few supreme existences? Yi Fan didn't take a step closer. This kind of character's spiritual sense was extraordinary, and he would be sensed if he wasn't careful. If it wasn't for the golden lake between his brows being baptized by the thunder tribulation, and his extremely powerful divine sense, as well as the heavenly god technique, he would have been discovered long ago. This is a hidden sect. Now, he could already confirm that this seemingly declining small sect was extraordinary and had an unknown secret. Even though it wasn't surnamed Kai, it was most likely worth stopping here. In the next few days, Yi Fan carefully read the county and prefecture annals of this area. He discovered that there was a famous surname in this area in the past, Kai. Unfortunately, this surname had moved away in an unknown era, and its whereabouts were unknown. The old land of the Kai clan. Not long after, Yi Fan inadvertently discovered an ancient book in the library of a local prominent clan, and he learned even more from it. In an extremely ancient era, there was only one major surname in this area, which was the Kai clan. For some unknown reason, the entire clan had moved away 30,000 years ago, and since then, they had disappeared. 30,000 years ago, wasn't that the time when the legendary Azure Emperor took human form and attained Tao? The Kai clan had lived in the Qinling Mountains in the past, and there was a rumor that the Azure Emperor had also come from this area, originating from the immortal transformation pool. There's an 80 to 90% chance that the Qin sect is from the Kai clan. They've returned to their homeland, but they've changed their appearance. However, the Azure Emperor passed away in meditation 10,000 years ago. What are they afraid of? Yi Fan didn't discover any traces of Hua Yunfei, but he believed that he should be nearby, or even within the Qin sect. He most likely has a secret treasure on him that can isolate his aura. Even my heavenly god eyes can't see through him. This is very troublesome. Yi Fan considered it over and over again. He felt that he could only join the Qin sect and slowly search for the 9 secrets. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to approach openly. The southern mountain range where Li Xiaoman was located should be avoided. If not, if she discovered any traces of him, the consequences would be dire. The few branches were only tens of miles apart, and there would definitely be times when they would meet. But as long as he didn't reveal his old habits, there shouldn't be any problems with the heaven and earth transformation art he learned from the Heavenly Origin book. In the eastern mountain range of the Qin sect, there were 3 short mountains. There were 4 elders and 15 disciples, as well as several hundred chickens, ducks and geese. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was clearly a first-layer immortal foundation expert guarding this place, yet there were several hundred animals being reared. It was like the mortal world. As to why he chose this place, it was because the eastern mountain range was about to accept disciples. Coincidentally, this was an opportunity, and he wanted to fish in troubled waters. Doggy child, after you ascend the mountain, you have to cultivate well. Don't steal goose eggs anymore. This is your sect now. A hunter stared at his child. Yi Fan was somewhat speechless. There were 4 snot-nosed children who followed him up the mountain, and they were all children from the village at the foot of the mountain. When they had nothing better to do, they actually ran up the mountain to play. And now, they were actually going to become disciples. The Qin sect was simply too unscrupulous when it came to accepting disciples. He really didn't know what to say. They were all children from the vicinity, and there was no such thing as picking on their roots. A hidden sect can't be judged by common sense. Qin Wentian could only mutter to himself. The snot-nosed children were only 6 to 7 years old, and they were all staring at him with curiosity. Yi Fan truly felt a little uneasy. He was about to become fellow apprentice brothers with a bunch of little kids. Luckily, not long after, 2 more people ascended the mountain, and they also wanted to take him as their master. One of them was around 18 or 19 years old, and had a refined and scholarly appearance. He was dressed like a scholar, and exuded a scholarly aura. The other person was over 50 years old, and his hair was sparse. He was emaciated, and had a sickly appearance. Even his beard had turned white, and he actually came here to cultivate. The Eastern Qin sect did not reject anyone, and all of them were accepted. The 4 snot-nosed children, in addition to Yi Fan's group of 3, made up a total of 7 disciples. Faintly, Yi Fan felt that the scholar and the sickly old man were not simple. However, in front of others, he didn't want to casually use the heaven-origin divine eyes to probe them. This hidden sect is completely unafraid of these people, and they dare to accept anyone who comes. This is enough to prove their confidence. This was what Qin Wendian truly felt after staying on the mountain for a few days. That scholar was an expert from the dragon transformation realm, and that sickly old man was actually a unique cultivator who only cultivated in a single secret realm. This was the first time he saw such a person, and his strength was not easy to estimate. Yi Fan was speechless. The small Eastern Qin sect only had 3 short mountains, and a total of over 20 people. Apart from the scholar and sickly old man, there were also 2 other young cultivators from the dragon transformation realm. If word of this got out, it would scare people to death. This hidden sect, with a few branches added together, the quality of their disciples could almost be compared to a sacred ground. There were only over 100 people in total, and yet they had such achievements. It was like a fantasy, and no one would believe it if word of this got out. These people are most likely the same as me, and found the chi of the 9 secrets through some kind of clue. After Yi Fan understood in detail, he felt that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this small place, and it was hard to guess who the most outstanding inheritors of the supreme sects were. Boom! Not far away, smoke and dust soared into the sky, and immediately after, chickens flew and dogs jumped. A snot-nosed child ran out from the chicken coop, crying, "Senior brother, save me, what's wrong, doggy?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. Little Shirtu and the rest fell into a cave, and there is a vermilion coffin inside. The 4 snot-nosed children were as mischievous as before. They ran to steal the egg, and in the end, the ground inexplicably cracked, and they fell into the cave. Many people on the mountain were alarmed, and they rushed over. When they saw the scene, they were all shocked. There was actually an underground ancient tomb in the open. Yi Fan couldn't help but to sigh in admiration. Indeed, there were many ancient tombs in the Qin mountain range, and there was even one in the middle of the mountain. How strange. I pay my respects to senior uncle. Before the dust settled, a beautiful silhouette descended from the sky. Li Xiaoman came to the Eastern Qin sect, and she paid her respects to the mountain lord of the first layer Immortal Foundation layer.